We need more white guys giving their insight on things they don't understand. Podwood forecast. Nothing beats that millennial depression like a crisp Pepsi. You're watching Jason slam a woman against a tree.
For context, we're talking about Jason from Friday the 13th.
Oh yeah, I probably should clarify.
I know you don't really like doing this show, and I know you don't like being around me, actually. So
I love doing this show.
If you wanted to stop after this, I totally understand.
This is my last episode.
No. You get married and you get a dog, and you're like, Clifford, I'm sorry, I can't be your friend anymore.
I'll always want to talk about media. That's just who I am.
Good. Well, that's good. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the Podwood Forecast. It's your father's, it's your dad's here. I'm Clifford, and that's Mitchell over there. And we're back. And yeah. How?
We're back.
You okay, Mitchell?
Yeah, I was just hyperventilating. I'm so excited. I'm so excited for what are we doing?
I don't know. It's weird.
We're talking about our favorite albums of 2024.
Yeah.
That's the theme.
Yeah. Do you know that we really didn't have a whole lot of episodes last year?
So we had 5 probably.
No, it was literally our top 10 lists, and then the Spyro episode, and then it was the what was the most recent one that we recorded? The underrated films.
Oh yeah.
And then the Talk the Pulse, and then now this.
That's wild.
Which, speaking of which, our last episode, we had the Talk the Pulse episode. If you guys haven't listened to that, I'd encourage you to check it out. It's a whole lot of fun if you are interested in hearing me and Mitchell's podcast history of the show that we did a long time ago. Then check it out.
Yeah,
it's fun. Did you listen to it?
I did. I didn't get to listen to all of it. I started listening to it at work, and then work got busy, but I was listening to it, and it was very nice. It was very nostalgic. I was like, I didn't remember anything I had said.
Yeah,
it's really weird to listen to yourself talk for a long time from several years ago.
You're listening to a different person.
Yeah,
almost.
It was strange, but it was really cool, and I'm going to keep listening to it as I work throughout the week.
Yeah, it ended up being a longer episode than I expected.
I think after an hour, but it was
nice.
It was good.
Yeah,
I was enjoying it.
Yeah, it was fun to put together, and I sent the episode out to all the guests that we had on, and they were very excited.
Nice.
They were like, "Oh man, this is so long ago,
dude." Tubular.
Yeah, I one note that I had about that episode, and I can't believe that I didn't mention it at all when I recorded my part. It's interesting when we're talking about local shows and the local venues, and we're giving so much praise to Night Shop, but now
they're gone.
Night Shop has recently closed their doors.
Yeah, I forgot they closed down. Actually, that's crazy.
Yeah,
I remember I saw the post and I was like, "That's."
I think it just
wild.
escaped my mind at the time.
Yeah,
but so now that's a part of history now.
That's crazy.
Us just giving so much praise to Night Shop and being excited about it.
I wonder if anything's going to replace it.
Well, people are doing a lot of house shows these days. I've noticed.
Are they? Oh, really? I mean, I don't keep up with the local scene anymore, but
there's a Instagram account that's really cool. Actually, it's called Blow No Shows.
Oh, and I should follow that.
Yeah, you should. It's been a sort of unspoken New Year's resolution for me. Which, by the way, Happy New Year, everyone.
Hello.
I want to get back to going to local shows.
Yeah,
and especially if they're house shows, because those were the best.
I think about taking Abby to a house show or in a dingy basement we would used to play in, and I'm like,
dude, yeah,
worlds colliding, and she would probably hate it, but
you should let me know, and I'll come and I'll make the experience better for all of us.
It'd be fun to just check one out, but I'm like, man, am I gonna be the old man at the show now?
Yeah, but like you don't look that old. We don't look that
No,
old, really.
you don't
honestly.
really. I feel like I don't know. Once you hit like your mid, like 22, 23, you just look that way until you're like 50.
Yeah, I think we can. I think we can get by.
I'll just wear a backwards hat and I'll wear a Fortnite shirt that says "Yo Skibbity" on it or
Yo,
something.
Skibbity.
What up, dude?
That's what they say. I'm actually wearing a Stronghold shirt. This is Stronghold merch here.
Oh, that's what that is.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
It's wood kneaded. I'll wear this and I'll be hip.
Do it.
They'll be like, dude, is it that old game Stronghold? It's like totally in right now.
I'm gonna go there and
no.
be like, oh, you're wearing brown boots? That's so 2019. Die.
And then they beat
And then
you
they
up.
shoot me in the face.
Wow, I didn't think that they would be pro Second Amendment.
And then they stab me with a needle of heroin. I don't know what I'm talking about.
This will make you feel better. We're
Does
sorry.
Roadhouse still do shows on the corner?
Oh no, I don't think.
probably not.
I don't think any of those house shows.
I'd want to go to a place like I'd been to before. It'd be
and
fun.
just show up.
Yeah, it'd be fun to go to like a house that I'd like been in for a show before. It'd be nostalgic, but I'm assuming all the house shows are happening.
You
in
just
new
show up
places
at
now.
the house and they're not doing a show. They're like, hey,
Can I just like look around? I'm
Yeah.
bored.
You just stand in the basement and like act like I'm listening to music.
Yeah.
And they're like, no, we're calling the cops.
Oh,
Please. Oh,
dude,
it would be so fun.
that's crazy.
Yeah, I don't think. I wish I could. I don't remember like the addresses of all those places.
I don't either.
But I know like the area that they're at.
Yeah, I could just
But-
like go to them, but I couldn't tell you the address or the street name.
Yeah, I think I'm friends with one of the guys that lived there. Sorry, I don't know if this is all interesting to you guys. I guess it's just
It's only interesting if you know what we're talking about.
it's to be continued. It's the to be continued from the last episode.
Yeah.
So if you like what we're talking about, go listen to that. It was fun putting that episode together and like going down memory lane, and it made me nostalgic, and it actually made me want to try to play more shows this year. Doing music and such. So yeah. So anyways, speaking of music, I guess I don't think that there's any like housekeeping to go through before we get started. So
guess we could just prime.
let's
we
talk
can
about
just do a little off topic.
let's talk about our year of music.
year of music.
2024. What was it like for you?
2024 was it's a very interesting year for me media wise. It feels like halfway in a void for me because 2024 was a really big year for me.
Yep.
It was
Lots of change.
It was very up and down, career wise, it's like not switching jobs, but like just like getting laid off, but then like just kidding, you're not, and kind of dealing with that. It's all good now, by the way.
Yeah, we were talking.
It turned
about
out to be fine, but that was like, it was just like a lot of stuff kept me from engaging with music and like movies and games in the same quantity in which I usually do. But outside of like random stuff like that, 2024 was also a very positive year and kept me away from those things in a positive sense, because that was the year I was planning my wedding and getting all that prepared, and I got married in October, went on a honeymoon, so it was a lot of planning for that. So that definitely, like, my focus that year was getting married, figuring out career and life, and just like, you know, staying in touch with family, staying in touch with my wife's family, just building a new life, taking care of our house, getting a dog. I got a dog.
Yeah.
His name's Cosmo.
Yeah.
So
It's
just
cute,
lots
even though I
of
haven't met
big
him yet.
life events happening in 2024, and it's all just so great, and I have a happy little life with my happy little wife and my little dog. I just love him so much, and I love her so much. It was just a wonderful year of like personal growth and just like beginning a new life with someone. And I did a lot of rewatching, and re-listening and replaying. Like I listened to a lot of stuff else. It was a year of comfort for me with media.
Sure.
A lot of familiarity, listening to albums I know. But I did check out a lot of albums that were new, thankfully, and I did end up with the obvious list number is always the top 10, and I did end up with 10 albums released in 2024 that I really like, and my list I'm really happy with. I feel like last year was kind of a similar thing where I feel like I said the same thing last year. I was like, it's like a list, I'm okay with it, but it wasn't great. But I feel like I have a more solid list this year. There's a lot of really great music, a lot of weird music. For me, in terms of like, I was looking at my list and I was like, it just feels like a different list than usual for me. And I think that it's kind of cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was great. And it was very like front and back loaded. The middle of the year in terms of stuff, I feel like I missed a lot because I was looking at releases and a lot of it was like very early year. And then a lot of it was stuff released like in the last couple months. And then the whole middle part of the year, I feel like it was just a total void for me.
Yeah.
But lots of amazing music. We'll get to movies on another episode, of course. And also like a really good year of like games for me too. I know we don't really do
unfortunately
video games as much on this episode, but
because I'm a loser.
But I'll just shout out.
I'll just play games.
That's okay. I'll just shout out though, like playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth was like a highlight for my wife and I. We just love Final Fantasy VII, and playing that together was like one of the best gaming experiences.
Did that come out this year?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the second part of the remake series of the trilogy.
Okay.
I've been getting into the Pikmin games. I played Metaphor Refantasio. That was a new release, which was really good. Yeah, lots of really good games last year. I don't think I watched any like new TV like at all.
Really?
But yeah, in terms of quantity, like 2024 was, aside from new music, I did get into a lot of new music.
Like just new discoveries?
Just new discoveries in general. I got really into jazz. Just like 50s, 60s, 70s jazz.
You can't do that.
And it's honestly because of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth's soundtrack. That's why I love those games, because when a new Final Fantasy comes out, you basically get a new album you want to listen to, because the soundtracks are always great. There's a lot of really good jazz on that soundtrack, and it just got me wanting to listen to like Japanese jazz fusion, and then I started getting into like just jazz in general, and just finding and asking for people for recommendations of like great jazz artists. I found a random album at Reverberation Vinyl. I think it was from the 80s. It was the Ramsey Lewis Trio from Chicago, and I listened to that, and it was great. And I've just been getting super into listening to jazz like while I drive, while I'm working and stuff, and I just love
such a
it.
vibe.
I'm just really another one. Funnily enough, his name is Clifford Brown.
What?
There's a guy named Clifford Brown.
I don't
Max
make
Roach,
jazz music, and I'm not Brown.
Amita Claudine, Herbie Nichols Trio,
Herbie, that's a car.
Clifford Jordan Quartet. There was
Why is
a
there
couple
so many
Cliffords. Yeah, I got
Cliffords
like
in
two Cliffords. Toshiko Akiyoshi was really good.
I guess you're just thinking about me all the time.
But yeah, I discovered a lot of great jazz artists that I got really fixated on, and it was a really cool year of discovery for me. A lot of older music. So I'm like, I don't really know a lot of music like from 50s, 60s, and 70s. That's not obvious stuff like the Beatles and Bowie and whatever else, Beach Boys. So getting into different fields of genre and stuff has just been great. Cause I'm like, I love, because I've always loved the sound of jazz. But I've always been a jazz poser, like, I love jazz, and then it's like, a Hiatus Coyote album or something. It's like, well, it's not like jazz, like real jazz like at its core, like where it came from,
Yeah.
Like Chicago jazz and stuff, and just listening to like a lot of the original artists that like really pioneered jazz music and stuff, and it's been so fun and it's so great. And honestly, another, you want to know what another thing that set me off on wanting to listen to it was Clifford.
What was it?
I listened to a lot of the Charlie Brown Christmas soundtrack, and I was like,
that's
dude,
classic.
Yeah, and I was just like, man, I love this stuff, and I just started finding more trios like Vince Geraldini. Why am I forgetting his name?
Vince.
Gerald Dolney. Why am I forgetting? Hang on. You can cut.
I know who you're talking about.
You know what I mean, but it's the Charlie Brown guy, and I was listening to his trio a lot and just Charlie Brown music, and then finding other stuff similar to it, and that's how the rabbit hole kind of began, honestly.
Nice.
And because of like Final Fantasy having a lot of jazz music in it, and I was like, I love this music. I need to find real, like, actual music that's not a video game soundtrack or a Charlie Brown soundtrack.
Kenny G.
Not that that's not real music, because it absolutely is, but Kenny G is like great too. I actually like found some stuff.
I would. This was like on my films list from like a couple years ago. You should check out the documentary Listening to Kenny G. It's really great.
I remember. I think you recommended that to me before. I need to watch it. I want to watch it now.
It was on my top 10 of that year.
Yeah.
Kenny G is like such a great guy, actually.
Yeah, I some of his stuff came across my recommended when I was going through a lot of albums, and I got some of his stuff.
I don't care what anyone says. He's a talent.
Yeah, he's great.
But that's cool.
But so that was a big thing for me, was like getting into jazz, like
you're a jazz man.
Finding actual like jazz artists that weren't
all
video game soundtracks,
Yeah.
you know. So I think my favorite right now artist that I've discovered that I would heavily recommend is Ahmed Jamal and Wynton Kelly. I really loved, and those are the two I'd recommend. I love Sonny Rollins as well. He's more like a saxophone.
Good old Sonny.
Saxophone stuff, but I've noticed I'm really drawn towards like piano, like trio jazz, like piano, bass, and like drums. Like I love piano jazz mostly. So, but saxophone jazz is like up there for me as well. So,
wow, you're like a true hipster now.
I don't know if saying stuff like saxophone jazz is like stupid. If that's like crude to like say it that way. But I'm new. I'm a newbie, and
like saxophone led.
Yeah. Absolutely. So lots of sax solos and stuff. So nice. that was my music journey, and I've got I have an interesting mix of albums to go through when we get into our top 10, because I think it's a very there's some familiar artists in there for people who know my taste, but I do think it's going to be an interesting list for me to go through. So I'm excited.
Cool. My year for music was very interesting because it was different, especially since it was different in terms of the way that I consumed music. So what happened is that because I'm such a virtuous person, I basically got off of my iPhone. I took my SIM card out. I
swallowed it.
I ate it. I took a SIM card and ate it.
And I swallowed it.
That's a Death Note reference for all you normies.
Oh.
And I got this Light Phone 2. I've been talking praise about it oftentimes. But it's basically an anti-smartphone, and you can't really, like, you can put music on it, but it doesn't really have a whole lot of room. So
it's the functionality of a flip phone if it was a little touchscreen.
Yeah, pretty much. It's great. I love it. But so I didn't really have the same access that I had to music before. So I decided to go old school, and I got an iPod Classic. And I just went back to the days of just like uploading all my like I actually like started buying music on iTunes again.
It makes music feel so much. I mean, I haven't dedicated that hard to going back yet. I wish I would. I would love to do that with Bandcamp, especially.
Oh yeah.
But it makes me when you like buy it. Like I went back to Apple Music because I can't make up my freaking mind. But
I thought you were doing a lot of you got off of Tidal.
I did one because I just wanted to save a few bucks a month, and also I just don't use streaming enough really to justify, and I got a free trial for Apple Music and stuff, and that has really good audio quality and stuff. So I just switched, but I was like, I want to go back to Apple Music and try that out, and I forgot, like, there was a lot of stuff on iTunes I had purchased, so a lot of albums I, like, purchased back in there are still on my, like, music thing, and I was like, oh, yeah, I own these, technically.
Yeah, that was really fun for me,
it's just nice to, like, own an album and be like, yeah, this is mine.
Yeah, I got to go back to a lot of my previous purchases and upload those, and I also... got all my old CDs and like imported those, and so that was cool. So that's what I was doing for a while. But
they still import CDs on the iTunes.
Yeah.
That's awesome. I don't know why I thought they got rid of that.
No, I mean, I guess technically it's not even iTunes anymore. It is just like the music app or whatever on desktop.
True. Yeah.
But yeah, you can still do all that.
That's good. I don't know why I thought they like eradicated that.
They changed it. I think there's some things that you can't do that you used to be able to on iTunes. But yeah, it's not iTunes anymore. But the thing that sucks though is that while I was enjoying using my iPod for so long and it was great, and then one day I left my iPod in the pocket of my pants and it went through the washer and it destroyed it.
That's how I broke all my iPods as a teenager.
Yeah,
not a single iPod I ever owned survived because of that.
Yeah, so I plan on getting another one and being better about it, but I just haven't and I haven't had one for the past couple months. So I haven't been able to enjoy music like I was able to before. It's like I still have Spotify, but I just listen to it on my computer. So yeah, the last couple months of the year were a little weird for me in that sense. But still, and also what was interesting about this year, and it affected my list this year, I feel like because of what I do on my YouTube channel, where I'm paying attention to like more Christian music these days, that Christian music ended up taking up a lot of my list this year.
Yeah.
Just going to be honest. So that was really interesting because I feel like any other year, Christian music doesn't really have much of a presence on my lists. But this year it kind of overtook it. At least for, I guess, not strictly Christian music, but there's also like, artists that are like, oh, we're Christians in a band, but we're not a Christian band.
The under oath approach, the me without you approach, whatever.
Yeah, pretty much. So there is a bit of that. But yeah, so it was an interesting year for music, but I feel like this year is pretty solid this year. Like, not a lot of albums that, like, blew me out of the water or anything, but they were just, like, solid.
Yeah. I've got a couple that, like, I loved. But the rest of mine were just really, really good, solid listens. I feel like the last year when I made my list, I feel like I remember making some disclaimer. Like, I feel like, I don't know, like, I'm not hot for a couple on here, but I had to. I don't feel that way this year. I feel like, my number 10 is like an album I still really, really like a lot. And was very happy with including. So I feel pretty good about my list this year, much more so than last year.
Yeah. I think I'm going to have a lot on my list artists that you don't really know.
Yeah, probably. So, and I'll probably have some of mine that you don't know.
That's impossible. I know everything you listen to.
I'm trying to think, like...
I stalk you.
How predictable... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... I feel like at least half of my list will be an artist or something you don't expect / don't know. The rest, you'll be like, oh, yeah, I know them, or it'll be expected. But
yeah, I think
we'll see.
Same for me. Yeah. Okay, well, we want to do quick honorable mentions, and then we'll take a break, and then we'll get to it.
I can shout some random stuff out. I don't have a lot of honorable mentions, mostly because I really only, like, when I was putting together all the albums, I, like, listened through a lot that I actually finished. I think I only had, like, 3 or some, and some of them were like live albums though, and I don't feel right putting a live album in my top 10.
Yeah, you shouldn't.
And I have like one honorable mention that's not a live album, and the rest are live albums.
Yeah, I know what one of them is.
Yeah.
In fact, I would say, just go ahead.
Yeah, for sure. I have one honorable mention that's only an honorable mention because I didn't finish the album and I haven't had time to finish it, so I didn't feel right putting it on the list. So I have one like that, and then the rest are like normal or live albums. One album I listened to but haven't finished yet, but I really like it, was Satoko Shibata.
Of course.
Yeah. Her album Your Favorite Things came out last year. It was just like randomly recommended to me because I've been I've been exploring my genres and tastes, and it was really good. I need to finish it. That's all I got to say. That's Satoko Shibata, if I'm pronouncing that right. Satoko.
Stop swearing.
Sorry. Other album that is going to be an honorable mention is Adrian Lanker's. I don't know if it's Adrienne, the singer of Big Thief. It's her solo stuff. She had an album last year that was great, called Bright Future, and the album art is her with a little glove and a cowboy hat.
Nice.
And it's really good. It was really great. I really like. I really do like Big Thief a lot. They're kind of slowly inking their way towards being a favorite artist for me. I just love like. Every album I listen to from them is great, and her solo stuff is also just great. It's just like a toned down Big Thief. Really, it's awesome, and the album was very, very enjoyable. My other ones I'll just shout out real quick. Live albums that I really enjoyed. The Fleet Foxes live album, Live on Boston Harbor, was awesome. It's honestly become a go-to listen to me for Fleet Foxes stuff because they just sound so good live. It's so great.
Nice.
Just really fantastic recordings, live recordings, and yeah, just was totally obsessed with that. Listened to that one a lot. And then obviously the other one is Live Volume 1 by Me Without You.
Yeah, Me Without You.
They put out a new release.
Released a new album.
Yeah, technically, yeah. And it was a live album. And look, all of us Me Without You fans, look, we know that the recordings just kind of sound better. Like I don't particularly.
I actually think it doesn't sound that bad.
No, it doesn't. And that's the thing I want to get to. I was honestly really impressed with a lot of these recordings, and they're not a band I particularly want to listen to live versions of all the time because I love their production and stuff, and I love Aaron.
Yeah.
You can tell he's really tired sometimes in some of his live performances. That's not a dig. Like it's a very, you can tell it's live. It's very like it's imperfect, but I love that about it. But I love this album because of the approach to, at least when they first released it, they have song titles on streaming now, but like I listened to it on Bandcamp and it was just track 1, track 2, track 3, and it was like a live show. And that was their idea, was they wanted you to listen to it not knowing what was going to come next, like an actual live show. And some versions of songs had such cool like twists to them that I hadn't heard before. And it was just such a treat, and some of the performances and like the live playing just sounded really good. The recordings sound great. I was really surprised like at the quality of the live recordings, because I always wanted them to put out more live albums, but this kind of went above and beyond what I was expecting, and they're doing like a few more of these too. Like they're going to do multiple volumes, and
I didn't think they were going to do like more than 2.
They're doing
That's
like
cool.
I think they're doing like 3 or 4.
Nice,
possibly. But yeah, it was great. It was a treat.
Yeah, I would say that
love listening to it.
I would put that as an honorable mention for me.
The 2,459 miles was a highlight because the end of it, they bring in drums and make it really big and epic, which is like very different from the recording. Any of the ones where he screams a lot always go hard. Fox's Dream of the Log Flume. It was really cool to hear Haley on like one of the actually have her show up on the live version of it. Just super fun, and they're so energetic and great live. And a big part, I just love their performance energy live, and I think they do a good job of having it come through. And they picked really good. They picked really good songs for this first volume, and good recordings and performances of them for the album, and I just really liked it. And I mean, it's not the kind of band where like I'm gonna want to listen to the live versions over the studio versions by default, but I can actually see myself going back to this multiple times rather than just once for the novelty of it, which is usually that's usually a thing for me with live albums. Is like it's fun to listen through once, and then it's like, okay, it was cool to listen to. But this one actually had like a cool approach to it, and it felt more than just like whatever, here's a live album. So
Yeah, and I'm not even like that hot about most live albums, but I thought it was really good.
yeah.
So.
And then one other, just because I saw it and I forgot about it, but there's a band I'm getting into called Fruit Bats, and they're really good.
Oh.
And they had a live album, Starry-Eyed in Stereo. That was just a live album they put out.
I've heard of them. They're like
Yeah.
folk, right?
Yeah, super good. Like I really like them, and they put out a live album that was awesome. Like I want to see them live real bad because of
Humbug Mountain Song. I know that song from them.
That's the live album closes on that song. So it's one of their popular ones, I think.
Yeah, I think it's the lead singer. The lead singer has some solo stuff that I remember liking.
Yeah.
Too. So cool. I didn't even realize they released an album.
And you know what? I forgot about this album.
What?
It wouldn't be in my top 10, but I do think I should give it a shout out because it'd feel weird at least not mentioning it. Bright Eyes had a new album in 2024.
Oh yeah. I didn't listen to it because you said you didn't think I would like it.
It just lyrically got a bit intense about certain things, and I was like, I feel like this would be very off-putting. But it was good. I liked the singles. I thought the closer was awesome. They had some really great songs, but it was just sometimes it was kind of a hard listen. Like it's at times came across as like the angriest he's ever been. Mm-hmm. And there's some songs I was like, this is like kind of like a tough listen. Like I was just weird. Me and Abby were just driving. I was listening to it. And I almost felt awkward like, listening to some of the lyrics at times, which is fine. You know, like that's kind of like his thing. But
yeah.
But I just never went. I listened to it once and never really went back to it. But it was great. Like it had a great sound. I think it's the best sounding album since in a while. It returns to more of his folky side. Way like. It's definitely more in line with I'm Wide Awake, It's Morning, like tonally, which is great because that's a sound I really like from him. But yeah, it was a good album. I just never found myself returning into it a lot, unfortunately. But I did think it was good, but it's not one of my favorites.
The eyes weren't very bright.
yeah. But it was good, but I kind of forgot about it, and I only just saw it on my Apple Music library, and I was like, oh yeah, that too. So I figured I should shout that out because I did like it, but I kind of forgot about it. Oops.
Uh-oh. Oopsie.
That's all I got.
Cool. I've got a few, and I will say that actually, like with pretty much all these honorable mentions, like I would have been totally okay if they were like in my top 10, but they just they got pushed out. So
yeah,
that just goes to show you how solid of a year it was for me. But one is from an artist named Young Oceans. His album Somehow I Know It's Love. I started getting into him this year. It's very like chill, almost kind of like lo-fi type of like indie music, and it's really good. Even though it's like chill, I liked a lot of the sounds that he experimented with.
Yeah.
And then I don't know if you remember the artist Matt Kearney, but
don't think so.
He's got that song like "Pull Me Closer to Love." Ooh, ooh.
I think yeah. It rings a bell.
He had a lot of like kind of like alternative pop kind of music, kind of very popular like during the Jack Johnson era of music, you know.
Yeah.
He had a self-titled album, and I really enjoyed it. It's quite the bop. It's good blend of just kind of like acoustic and poppy kind of stuff, and very, very catchy tunes. I really liked it. And then there's the album June from the artist Make Sure, aka Joshua Aubrey Jackson. Shout out to Joshua because I actually met him at Audio Feed, and he did an interview on my channel, and he's a really cool guy and he's really talented. He basically did like 95% of the instruments on this album. It's just really good, like indie rock music, alternative, and he's a really great artist, and I was really sad to not have it on this list. But it's good stuff. A lot of my favorite songs of the year were on this album. You might be surprised by these next two. that they're not like higher on my top 10, but I've got the new self-titled album from Foxing.
Ooh. I'll hold my thoughts on that one.
Yeah. I figured it would be high up for me. I liked it. It just didn't really resonate with me as much as not just other albums of this year, but just of their discography in general. It's really ambitious, and I really like it for that. But I guess it just didn't hook me. Same for this next one, "Only God Was Above Us" by Vampire Weekend.
Oh yeah,
a lot that I like about the album, but again, it just didn't really wow me.
Yeah, I have more. I'll save thoughts on that one too, obviously, but I agree. I think a lot of people told me were like, "Dude, it's like their best album," or "Oh, it's so much." I
kind of wanted it to be,
or like, "Oh, it's so much better than Father of the Bride," but like, I kind of like Father of the Bride.
Yeah,
like I really like this new one, but I don't think it's like their best album.
I have problems with Father of the Bride too, but Father of the Bride definitely
it's a lot of duds, but there's a whole.
It's a long album.
There's there's a whole album's worth of like amazing songs in it.
It's like a shorter album,
10,
like 30 to 40
songs.
minutes. Yeah.
It's
and it also has kind of more memorable songs.
Yeah,
to me.
It didn't. The best songs on there are like really, really good.
Yeah,
I love them.
And then last for my honorable mentions, and it hurts me to not have this on here because this guy has become a friend of mine, and his album before made it pretty high on my list last year. But it's my friend Benjamin Daniels' album, "The Rain Falls Sideways." Really good, solid album.
Nice.
I really wish I could have kept it on my number 10.
It's a shame you hate him.
No, I don't hate him. I never could. Benjamin's like one of the coolest dudes ever. But this was a really solid album. He, is just more of a indie, acousticy kind of rock album, but still he's very vulnerable and honest with a lot of his lyricism, and it's just a really good sounding record. I actually personally I backed this album, so might be a little biased, but yeah. Anyways, so yeah, that's my honorable mentions. So why don't we just skip this joint and just get right to it,
Let's jump on it.
Let's kill it. Let's step on that guy.
Kill that
guy. Yeah. Anyways, we'll be back after these short messages, and we're gonna get into our top 10 albums ever.
Goodbye.
They are the best albums ever. It's not a subjective list. These are objectively
not just
albums.
Of last year, of all time.
All time.
10 albums came out last year, and
These
they just
are our
happen to be
10
the best albums of all time.
Our top 10 favorite albums.
Definitely not. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry, everyone who's on this list.
Whoopsies.
Wow. But they're really good. So, anyways, I will be back.
Sing my favorite hymn, where me take plowshares from our sword, and the nation scarlet trims our Christmas tree. The oneness of our Lord, what grace surrounds, what strange perfection, mama. Sing my favorite hymn and remind me everyone is him.
All right, so what we're gonna do now is we're gonna just make a beat from scratch. Something I do with this machine, you could do it in your car, on the plane. You hear that? So that's the tempo, right? So now what I would do is come here, choose a sound. Boom, sound. Okay. Okay, like that. So I'll take that sound. Let's go track 2. Choose another sound real quick. Let's just go underground bass.
Got it.
Okay. thing about this machine, you could put the quantize to 8 and just make it go tighter. See it a little tighter?
Got it.
Okay. Track 3. Track 3 is empty. Come back up here to my sounds again. We did. And sounds are like.
Do you smell my dog?
Of course he does.
Oh, you're so nice.
All right.
What a nice creature.
This episode is brought to you by Crohn's disease.
Abby is at her.
You
choir
want it, we got it.
practice.
She's what?
Oh wait, sorry, recording. I was just checking.
Did you even hear what I
was
just
checking
said?
no Crohn's disease.
I said this episode is brought to you by Crohn's disease.
Oh, that's so cool. Hi, Crohn's disease.
I don't even know what that means.
That's okay.
You want it, we got it.
I was just like sitting here, like looking at like radar, like seeing like
For the weather.
because we like share each other's location. I was like, "Where's my wife?" I was like, "Oh yeah, she's at choir practice.
She's like outside the door.
She's at St. John's Lutheran Church right now."
Oh, good for her.
Heck yeah.
I didn't know she was Lutheran.
That's where choir practice is.
Oh, cool.
Her first concert is in May. I'm very excited.
Oh, dude, send me a date.
Yeah.
Show up.
I'm excited.
I'm gonna.
She's a classically trained vocalist.
Nice.
Yeah.
I recently volunteered to be in a Jesus play.
Ooh, a Jesus play.
I'm playing like a bunch of different roles, so that should be fun.
So cool, dude.
It's like
I'm sorry, it's not me.
it's put
I'm playing
together.
tree number 1 and bush number 4.
No, I'm actually gonna be. I guess I'm gonna be like one of the Sadducees a lot.
Ooh.
It's actually pretty cool. Sorry, guys. I know we started recording and we were talking about this, but one of the guys who was like involved in the American Passion play, you know, the one that used to play.
Sorry, I was watching Watson walk away. It's really funny.
I love you, Watson.
His wiggles.
I love.
He's a little boy.
Little puppy butt. Yeah. Yeah, one of the guys who like played Jesus in the American Passion play that used to show here in town. He's putting it together.
Oh,
He's
cool.
playing Jesus. So
Heck yeah.
So yeah, that should be fun. I'll give you dates for those.
Nice.
Anyways, we're going to talk about the best music of 2024. Did you guys know? Did you know? Did you forget? I know you've got Alzheimer's.
What?
You forget things. So, you know, people's attention spans are really bad these days. That's why Netflix shows have to like describe everything that's happening.
Yeah, that article made me so mad.
It's that what do they call it? The second screen something.
I can't remember, but I remember like an example that they had for it was like for some Adam Sandler movie where the person was like, "Look," it's like they'll have like random lines of dialogue where it's like, "Look, I know this part of the movie happens an hour earlier in the plot, and now because of that, we're here at this point. But you still have to do this to resolve the recurring issue of the narrative." It's like some ridiculous examples where like someone being like, "Look, I know you have to go to this thing because of your dad." Or it's like ridiculous.
I mean,
like they have to like recap the
dumb.
plot for you in like an hour and a half movie.
People are dumb. That's why.
People are dumb.
Yeah.
Factually.
Well, that's what we are. We're the second screen.
Try
we're
making
not on the screen.
Try making Netflix enjoyers watch like Jean Dillman or something. Like they'd probably like jump off a building if they had to like sit and watch a woman like clean a house for 3 hours. Oh man.
Yeah, especially with TikTok gonna be gone.
Halfway through the
some
movie,
point.
yeah, true. Halfway through the movie, they just like look at she looks at the camera and she's like, "I've been cleaning my house for 2 hours."
This is
then
so
for people
tedious,
looking,
right?
And then for all the people hanging out on like Red Note on their phone or whatever the heck it's called,
giving all their info to China.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's interesting. What a time we live in. Anyway, speaking of the time we live in, there was music that was released in the past 12 months.
Yeah.
Who wants to start with their number 10? I ask the only other person in the room. Anyone?
What did you go first last time?
In the last year?
Last time we did a top 10, who went first?
I don't remember.
I think I let you start.
You think I listened to this show?
I think I let you start on the last episode because we like swapped for like under like the 7 out of 10 episode.
Do you want me to look?
I'll just start.
Okay.
No, it's not. Who cares?
It's like, geez.
I'll start.
Making me do stuff.
Because like I feel like I don't know. I don't trust my ability to have a lot of in-depth thoughts about a lot of these albums because I didn't like study the lyrics or anything.
What?
But I feel like I don't know. My brain just like died. Anyways, let's start.
Same.
Anyways,
when in doubt,
I'm gonna have some nice,
on.
snappy reviews for all of these albums. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. Better.
All right. So my number 10, I got 10 albums for this top 10 list. In case you were unaware.
Okay, we're not Netflix.
We're doing a top 10 albums of 2024 for those who forgot, and we're watching Mr. Beast on your Zune.
I'm shutting down this podcast.
My number 10 is by a band known as Zazen Boys. The album is called Rando. I don't know why I said it that way.
You're still in Netflix mode.
Yeah. My number 10 is Rando by Zazen Boys. Zazen Boys is a Japanese like rock band. Some of the members were in a band called Number Girl, and I got really into that band just because their sound was so good. And I've been listening to some of their albums for a while, and it's really like aggressive rock and just like tinny loud guitars and just like dudes killing their drum kits. Like it just sounded really good, and this is very different. It's a lot more clean than Number Girl, but I think it's like this. I don't know if it's the same singer. I can't remember the specific members, but I know it's like at least like the guitarist and like a couple guys from that like formed Zazen Boys. So I was like, oh, I gotta listen to them. It sounded really good, and they're obviously a lot older now because Number Girl, I think that's from.
Yeah, they don't really look like boys anymore.
Yeah. But the album Rando is super cool, lots of just sick guitar tones. Like I absolutely love the guitar playing on this album. No shock because it's the Number Girl guitarist and he's awesome.
Huh.
Really great, just super fun melodies on a lot of the songs. A lot of heavy, cool guitar sounds and very, very melody driven on some of the songs and kind of a talk, almost like this talky. No, it's not like I don't want to say rap, but like a very hard point talk type of vocal delivery on a lot of songs that I really like. Just very bouncy, snappy, just very catchy, easy to listen to. And it was just a great time, and I listened to it quite a few times while driving around and at home on my speakers, and it was just a jam, and I just loved it. It just had such a good vibe to it, and I really recommend it. They have other albums. Zazen Boys doesn't really come close to Number Girl for me in terms of what I listen to, so obviously like I would recommend check out Number Girl, and then if you like that, check out Zazen Boys if you want something that's like by the same people, but from a different angle, different production angle, but still like in the general same spirit. It was really great. Just had a really good time with it, and it's one of those branches of music that I just getting into a lot of Japanese artists has been really cool. Like having myself listen to music that's not always in English and maybe like looking up translated lyrics and stuff and reading along with that has been really cool. And I actually used a song at my wedding when we walked out, like the whole party walked out. we ran out to it was actually a Japanese song, but I think it was just the intro, so I don't know if we got to the lyrics, but it was from an album called A Long Vacation. I think his name is Aichi Otakai, if I'm remembering right. But I love that album and just beautiful writing on it, and kind of like having to read along with it because it's in a different language. Like, it's just a cool experience, and I did that with like Number Girl and some of Zazen Boys, and obviously like I'm not usually like a lyrics first guy, honestly, and a lot of the time I'm not really thinking about the lyrics with this. I just love how it sounds. But it's a cool experience, and I had a good time doing that. And this was one of my first steps into that. So
Nice.
earlier in the year. So yeah, Zazen Boys, Rondo. It was a good time.
Cool.
I know I said Rondo. I'm pretty sure it's Rando, like random. But
I can't even tell because on Spotify it's just in. I wonder. I guess it's Japanese.
I'm wondering if Apple Music like translates, because Abby was like trying to find a bunch of albums that were in Japanese, but on Apple Music it was in English. So
Spotify's just like no.
I wonder if Apple Music like auto translates like stuff that's not English or something.
I mean, the first track is in the English alphabet, Dan Bira.
Oh, okay.
But the rest, Yakimo.
Yeah.
But the rest is in the Japanese alphabet.
Interesting.
So
yeah, that's just what it looks like for me.
Interesting. Yeah.
Barracuda. But yeah.
Cool.
Good album. I love it. It's cool.
I'm sure it is. I'll check it out.
Yeah. It was a fun. It's fun to. I think that's the only non-English album. No, wait, yeah. I think it is the only non-English album on my top 10. But it was a fun experiment to branch out and to just like find musicians and bands that aren't English strictly. It's cool. I was like, wow, there's a lot of cool music out there.
Pretty
but
cool.
Yeah, I like it.
Nice. Cool. Well, my number 10 is from an artist who has become one of my favorites from like within the past 5 years, and I feel like I don't talk about him enough because I feel like some of his albums I don't really appreciate until like much later. Like his last album I feel like should have been much higher, like in my top 10, and I'm not even sure if it was in my top 10. And he also happens to be someone that I got to meet, and he was on my YouTube channel on an interview, and he's a really cool guy, and his name is John Van Dusen, and it's his album Anthem Sprinter.
Sprinter.
Yeah. So this he actually talked about the album like on in my interview like before it came out, so I got to hear a lot of insight about it.
Nice.
And something that's interesting about it is that like pretty much all these songs were he wrote all these songs like a while ago. Like this album had been shelved like for a long time because he just for the longest time he just wasn't really interested in releasing it anymore. And it's mostly because they were written at a point in his life where he was just having a lot of questions about life and about his faith. And it was just at a very unsure and kind of what he would say, I'm sure, like a immature point in his life. Because a lot of the albums that he did write and release after that, there's a lot of more like growth and maturity. And that's what makes this album so interesting because it's kind of interesting to get back into that headspace of his.
Yeah.
But
what made him want to release it? Like, and
I think he just felt like it was just an interesting part of himself to show everyone.
that's cool.
know?
I like that. I think it's cool when artists like do that. Like they have old stuff that they're like didn't want to release, and they're like, you know what? Let's just put it out there.
Yeah. I mean, he did. This was like recorded recently, but like the songs.
Oh, like just the writing. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
Right.
That makes sense. That's cool though. That's still like a really interesting approach.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't think I could do that because like I hear like old demos I made like when I was 25, and it's like, I'm 25, I'm still single. What's wrong with me? I'm just like, oh God, like get over it.
Get over it.
But like, I think it's cool to take like an old part of yourself and like put it out there, and
yeah, and honestly,
just
like,
show your journey.
Yeah,
you know?
and it is kind of a testament to like even back then he was a really good songwriter.
Yeah.
Like a lot of these songs really aren't that. It's not like upfront like him just like a lot of the lyricism is very abstract and very creative.
Yeah.
And it's fun that way where you just get to like read along with the lyrics and be like, I wonder what he means by that.
Yeah.
And also it's just it's got a lot of fun energy to it. Past couple albums from him have been a lot more focused on kind of more alternative, but this album is a lot more punkier. It's got a lot more energy to it, and it's just fun. It's got some fun jams. The lead single from it was a Comeback Wrecker, and that was one of my like favorite songs of this year. It's great, as well as the track Before You Fade Away, Trebuchet, My Regret Is a Pit. Just really, really good stuff. And yeah, so very honored to have gotten to know him and
Nice.
for him to share about the album with me, and then really cool to listen to it. I also got to say that it probably has my favorite album cover of the year.
Oh, yeah?
Honestly, he said that because it's this
What's
picture.
his name? I'm gonna look it up.
John Van Dusen. Dusen spelled Deusen. I guess if you just look up John Van, it'll probably come right up. The album's called Anthem Sprinter, and the album cover is like this old illustration of this bear attacking
That's a lion.
a couple. No, it's a bear.
Is it a bear? It looks like a lion to me. This?
Or wait, maybe it is a lion.
It's definitely a lion.
Yeah.
You're crazy.
I'm a little silly.
I've just rocked your world. You're like, I don't like it anymore. Now that's
Well,
a lion.
I thought I remember thinking that it was a lion too, but I thought that I remember him saying that it was a bear. But maybe I guess it is. But anyways, it's a lion attacking these hunters, and it's like clipped out. And he said that he got that from an old book that his dad used to have, and he like scanned it from that book and just put it in there. And like it doesn't really have anything to do with the album. I mean, apparently he has like an unspoken story, like reason as to why he chose that.
Yeah.
But for me, it's just it just represents the energy of the album really well.
I just like it. I like the yellow font.
Yeah.
I just think it's cool graphic design. It looks nice.
Yeah. And it was different because the first 4 albums of his discography is this he's done this series called I Am Origami, and they all just kind of had they're different covers, but they all just kind of had this similar theme where there's like a book bind on the side.
Yeah.
So they were all very kind of like, you could tell they were a part of this series. So this was a very different album cover for him. So yeah. And I'll also say he apparently already has like 2 albums in the work. He's got like this worship album that he's coming out with, and he's like, it's like the noisiest album I've ever made. I'm like, awesome. So
we love noise.
Yes. So I'm excited. He's going to be at Audio Feed this year, so I'm excited to see him again. So yeah, it was a fun little album. It's not my favorite from him, but it's still a fun time. So yeah, that's my number 10, Anthem Sprinter.
Yes, Queen, go off.
Shut up. Get out of my house.
No, that sounds cool. I like it.
Yeah.
I was looking at all his albums while you were talking, and I like his visual approach to all his
Yeah,
album
he's
art.
got
It's
a
cool.
really good
Seems neat.
a good eye for visuals.
Yeah. I don't know. It was like reminding me of just like people like taking old stuff and like kind of like reworking it, putting it out there.
Kind of
and
like
stuff.
collaging.
And it ended up being
Yeah.
like, it's interesting when people do that and it ends up being like really good. I know you said it's not like his best album or anything, but like when people do that and it ends up being some of their best stuff, like Mac Miller, like he died a while ago, but a new album came out from him, and it was basically an album that he like wrote and nearly finished like in 2014 or something, and he
wow.
never put it out, and so they like basically finished it and like dropped it, and I'm like, and I was listening to
Nice.
it. I'm not as crazy on his early stuff as his later stuff, but I was like, man, it's some of his best stuff. Like if he had put this out, it would have been really cool.
Nice.
Like jazzy and experimental and weird and stuff. So it's just always cool to me when people. I mean, obviously Mac Miller passed away, but it's on
so
on
cool
record
of him
that
to
he
do that.
It's on record he like wanted to like put it out at some point, and he had commissioned artwork for the album already, and then his friends like basically finished it. It's cool. He's had 2 posthumous records, and neither of them have felt scummy, thankfully. So
that's good. That's pretty rare.
yeah, it is, and I don't think they'll do anymore. But anyways, not to go too off topic, but just to bring that up, where I think it's interesting when like stuff that was old that was held back ends up going out, and you're like, this is so good, why would you have not put this out? And it just
Right.
it's interesting to get that kind of like, it shows how almost like sometimes like our insecurities are completely our own, and we can still put stuff out there and people will love it. And
Yeah.
sometimes we're too critical of ourselves and we hold it back, and then when we decide to put it out and everyone's like, this rocks, like, why did you hold this back from us? And it's like, oh, okay, cool. It's just cool. Like, I feel happy for people when they do that and people love it, you know what I mean? 'Cause
Yeah.
it's like, you were always talented, you know?
Yeah.
So I think it's cool. I like that. I think it's a cool thing to do.
Yeah.
You know, to give your old self a chance,
Right.
basically.
Yeah,
I
and it's
appreciate
just
that.
It's just interesting because like his last album there was a lot of like good like faith stuff in there, and then his next album he just releases and it's just like all about questions.
I'm 25. Why am I
and-
single?
Right,
I'm just
yeah.
kidding. I'm making fun of myself there.
Yeah, that's yours. That's your album. But yeah, so he did a good job, John.
Yeah.
JVD, as some of us call him, as his best friends call him. No,
That's
not really.
right.
I don't hate you anymore. I don't love you any less. Well, let's not say we did. I don't hate you anymore. I don't love you any less. Oh, let's not say we
My number 9.
Yes.
Okay.
No?
Not going to do it?
I don't know what you're talking about.
All right. That's okay. My number 9, we kind of already talked about it from your honorable mentions, is Only God Was Above Us by Vampire Weekend.
off the word. You said it quiet. No one could hear you. No one but me. Cynical. You can't deny it. You don't want to win this war, 'cause you don't want the peace. All mistakes, we never tried it.
Oh, yeah.
Not super high up. I really like this album, but kind of like we were talking about, I don't know if I like technically like Father of the Bride more. I can take.
It's like both albums have pros and cons.
I can take more. I can make a list of 10 to 12 songs from Father of the Bride, and if that was an album, I would like it more.
Sure, yeah.
But Only God Was Above Us is like 10 songs, so it's like a lot more cohesive. So it feels better in a lot of ways. But Father of the Bride has more songs that I like. It's just not a very cohesive album. It's very like loose and like has a few flubs and like low points.
Yeah.
But it has so much good stuff, and I did really like this album though. I think it was a really good direction for them because Father of the Bride, well, it had a really good sound. Sometimes it felt unfinished and a little scatterbrained and unfocused.
Yeah.
And the fact that it was a double album kind of like felt like they weren't sure which parts of it to focus on, and I don't know, but I still like it a lot though. Modern Vampires of the City is still my favorite. I think that's their best album, like easily. Like it's not even a contest for me.
I still need to go back to like albums before Father of the Bride.
Yeah, like Contra is pretty good. Like their first two, like their self-titled and Contra are good, but like Modern Vampires of the City is like, that's just like a real good like pop record. It's so good. You would like it if you haven't listened to all of it. It's fantastic. But this like came pretty close and felt like the most like that album in a way. Not as like catchy or memorable to me, but it kind of veered more in that direction. And I love some of the musical approach on this record. I love a lot of the use of piano, and there's some little jazz flourishes in there, which is, I mean, for me, that's like an easy get at this point if I hear some like horns and
Yeah.
And I mean, there's literally a song called like Jazz Something, I think, but yeah, a Classical is like a great song. Ice Cream Piano is awesome. But yeah, it was just a good album. It was just kind of short, and it didn't like blow my mind or anything, but there wasn't really a bad song on it. I feel like every Vampire Weekend album has like at least one song that's like kind of annoying. And this one didn't really have a song that I was like, I gotta skip that. Even my favorite of theirs has like one song where I'm like, all right, I could do without this one, even though some days it's kind of a bop, but other days I'm like, this is kind of obnoxious.
Yeah.
But they kind of stayed away from getting obnoxious on this one. It felt focused. And it felt like a very clear idea. Like they knew what they wanted to make. It felt very realized.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's not my favorite of theirs, and I was very satisfied listening to it like 3 times and then just kind of moving on, you know?
Yeah.
It's not going to stick with me permanently, but I really liked it, had a lot of fun with it, and yeah, I mean, Vampire Weekend, they're not like one of my favorite bands, but I always get really interested when they put new stuff out, you know?
Yeah, I always try to pay attention when they release stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is a lot that I like about the album, a lot of good songs like Ice Cream Piano, Classical, Capricorn.
Yeah.
Mary Boone is quite the bop.
I just wish they would go a little. I wish they would let loose just a little bit on some songs.
Yeah.
Sometimes I feel like they hold themselves back, like, and keep a song a little too slow for too long. Like I can't remember which song, but it has a really good like boom, and then just like the beat goes away, and then like most of the song like doesn't have like that fun element to it, and it's mostly like this more slow kind of ambient sounding thing, and
Yeah.
which is good. Like it still sounds great, but sometimes I'm like, oh, just have a little bit more of that. Like they just hold themselves back, and then you'll get like in a 3-minute song, you get like 30 seconds of like a really fun, cool sounding instrumental, and then the rest of it's like really stripped back.
Yeah.
And sometimes I'm like, oh, just give yourselves a little bit more of that, and it would be a little better for me at least. So that's my only qualm with this album is sometimes I just want them to let loose a little more.
Yeah.
But when they do, it's great. Like, man, the opening track is awesome, and the singles that they released for it were great, and just really good. Really cool vibe to it. I hate using that word too much, but
really cool
sometimes
vibe.
it's all I can think of.
Hey,
you know?
I mean, what do you expect?
Good driving music.
Podcast hosted by a couple of hipsters. So yeah.
I'd probably like if I had a gun to my head, I'd probably keep "Father of the Bride" over it, just because there's more songs from it I like. But I do think it's an appropriate and arguably better direction for them to head with their sound. Because it sounds like a lot of their old stuff.
Yeah, I'd be interested to hear like what their next album is going to sound like.
Yeah, it feels a lot more in line with their old stuff for sure, but with
some new twists.
Yeah, but like trying to be a little bit more mature.
I like a lot of the.
It's definitely more mature. Like it sounds less like college boy prep school vibe, and feels a little more like grown up than some of the early stuff. You know.
Yeah, I like a lot of there's a lot of like really grating guitars.
Yeah.
That is, I can see a lot of people not really liking, but I kind of like.
Oh, I
it's
do.
Fun.
Yeah, I do too.
So it's very, very Blake Mills-esque.
Yeah, definitely.
But
I like when they bust out piano on this too.
Yeah,
there's a lot of really good like instrumentation that's not just like guitar. Yeah, it's like really creative stuff on there. I like it a lot.
Yeah,
I felt like I spent most of my time criticizing it, but it's an easy listen, and like there's not really a bad song on it. It was just a solid album.
Yeah,
like I really liked it.
Yeah,
that's all I got.
Cool. Only God was above us. That's very true.
So.
All right. Well, my number 9. There it is.
Wow, can do it for me.
Well, no, yeah, it's only for me.
That's okay. That's okay.
So just a little bit of throwback for you guys. A little bit of Podwood forecast history. Back in 2019, I was very surprised by a little band who had released an album that ended up being my number 1 for that year, and you didn't know who I was talking about because like they were very new for me. I really ended up loving that album, and they released an album this year. That band is called Elbow, and the album is called Audio Vertigo.
It's ringing a bell for me.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I sent like 1 or 2 tracks from this album to you, and you ended up like really liking it.
Oh yeah, I'm recognizing the album art. Yeah, from this.
Yep. Oh,
Yeah.
yep.
Yeah.
Giants of All Sizes was my favorite album of 2019, and it's just a really great and I think is kind of underrated album.
Yeah,
Just like,
I do remember liking what you sent me from that.
yeah,
It's
it's
flashing me
like
back.
really no bad song on there. And I was like, so I guess this is a band that I got to pay attention to. And in 2021, they released an album called Flying Dream 1. And while I do think it's a great album cover, I love the picture that they use. I remember not really being impressed by it. Maybe I need to go back to it and listen to it. But then one day I was like, whatever happened with that band Elbow? And they had released some new music, and this is a really good album. I don't like it as much as Giants of All Sizes. I don't think it's as good, but there's some really great moments on this song. A song. I do that a lot on the show. It's so annoying.
I did that earlier too.
I even like listen when I re-listen to episodes. I catch myself saying it, but I didn't do it when I was saying it. So yeah. Anyways,
Dang, they consistently like have been releasing music since 2001. Like every couple of years, they drop an album since then.
yeah, and I need to like go back to a lot of the older albums. The Seldom Seen Kid is pretty good album, but I haven't listened to Cast of Thousands, Leaders of the Free World, or Asleep in the Back. But the Seldom Seen Kid, as far as I know, was like their first breakout album. And I had discovered them because someone said that the lead singer sounded like old Peter Gabriel.
Oh,
and they were right. And that's kind of what got me into them. In fact, Peter Gabriel did this album project called Scratch My Back, I'll Scratch Yours, where on one of the albums he had other artists cover him, and then he covered those artists in the other album. Bless you.
That's cool. I like
and
that.
Elbow was a part of that. So yeah, I
Clever
really,
name too for that concept.
Yeah, I know.
I love that.
Yeah, Scratch My Back, I'll Scratch Yours. Peter Gabriel, he's the man. But yeah, so Audio Vertigo is a lot of fun. They do a lot of really. That's what I really love. That's the part of Elbow that I really love, is when they just get experimental and go kind of crazy. And Lover's Leap was like the first single from the album, and there's a really fun horn section on it and this really groovy beat to it. And then the song like Baloo has kind of more of these like 80s style synths. And also Knife Fight is this really fun song that's kind of feels like a drinking song at the end, where they're like, hallelujah, buy us a pint. It's great. And then From the River is also just this really, it's the last track on the album. It's got this really fun groove, and it's so catchy and mesmerizing. And yeah, it's just really a fun, alternative album. It really harkens back to like early 2000s kind of all like British alternative kind of music. And yeah, they're a band that I plan on paying attention to. And they, even after they released that album, they decided to release another single that is also really fun, called Adriana Again. It's got more of a kind of a punky vibe to it, and it's fun.
Yeah, I need to listen to more of them too. They just seem like a cool band. Like they're always consistently putting out music. Like you just a solid band to get an album from them every couple of years.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm really curious what their early 2000s stuff sounds like. I bet it's really cool.
Yeah, me too.
Maybe
I gotta listen to
start
more of their
checking them
older
out.
stuff.
Elbow, it's just like we're Elbow.
Yeah.
It sounds like a classic.
What a
name.
great name! Like, oh, what should we call ourselves? Elbow.
It's like
call ourselves
They gotta do a
Weenus.
show with the Shins.
Oh yeah,
Elbow and the Shins.
Just find other bands that are named after body parts.
Yeah.
Talking Heads.
Talking Heads, the Shins, and
Or Radiohead.
Radio. Yeah. Wow, I can't believe I didn't think of that one.
Yeah, there's so much potential there.
Yeah.
I feel like that they would actually fit on on a bill.
They actually
together.
would, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah.
Good for them.
Good little album. I mean, not every song on the album really wows me, but there's some really good high moments on this album.
Yeah.
So that's why it's my number 9, Audio Vertigo by Elbow.
Nice. Good job, Elbow.
Good job, Elbow.
For my number 8.
Sure.
My number 8, I might have mentioned it to you at one point, but maybe it being in my top 10 wouldn't really be expected. Surely I didn't think I would like this album as much as I did. I gave it a shot. Surely. But my number 8 is The Great American Bar Scene by Zach Bryan.
If I'm lucky enough, I'll see fogs lift with suns as we roll to play a show in Carolina, Oklahoma, or Chicago. I'll grow to know the road to home in places far away, wrinkled, bald, and beat this shit to never waste a day. Enough people will hate me that I know I did it right, but to never meet a human being that I say that I don't like. Let me learn the hard way and cut it close sometimes, that youth is the attic chest where every lesson lies. I'll have some kids and teach them that we are all the same, suffering the smiling silhouettes of every passing day.
Which is it's a country album.
That's a country guy.
And I usually don't listen to a lot of new country artists, which I know is a really annoying water cooler type of thing to say. Like you hear it all the time from people. I love music, but I don't listen to country music. Like that is kind of like I just have neglected country as a genre because of the top 40 style country, which isn't fair to that genre. It's really not. There's a lot of good country, just like any other genre. There's always good music in any genre. I fully believe that. Even polka. Yeah, and and I just wanted to like give some country adjacent stuff a chance, or full on country. And I listened to this album by Zach Bryan. I'd never heard of him before. I don't know anything about him, but saw some good reviews about it and people mentioning it. And I think it was, it was like number 2 on the Billboard or something for a while. Like it was pretty popular, and I just liked the album art, and it just like had a cool look to it. And the album opens up with like. It's like this really cool instrumental, and it's just him like reading a poem over it. Like it's basically it's an opener of like spoken word, and it's just cool. I was like, what a neat way to open up an album, and I just feel like I don't hear spoken word in like big albums a lot anymore. And I think the opener is literally just called like Lucky Enough. Yeah, Lucky Enough poem. And it's a pretty long album. It's like an hour long. It's like 19 tracks. But yeah, Bruce Springsteen and John Mayer are on it. Yeah, I'm looking at it now, and it's like there's a couple good features on there. Yeah, it was really intriguing. Just a really great, like for as long as it is, like not every song I'm like I could remember like looking at the song title, but I listened to the album like a couple times, and I just had a great time with it. Like I spent a lot of time with music in the car this year because we would like drive up and down a lot. But it's good driving music. I just remember like driving up north like after a long day of like wedding planning, and we were just like heading back after a long day, and Abby like fell asleep in the passenger seat. I was just listening to this album, and it was like very comforting, and it just felt like how country music should feel to me. Like it felt very felt very personal and like almost nostalgic and just very like caring and like I don't know. I just really liked the like the tone and the just everything about the record as a country album. Like just really great country instrumentation that doesn't get repetitive, and Zach Bryan has a great voice and just very like great writing and lyrics, and it was just a nice listen. I really loved it, and I was so surprised by it because I was like, oh, this sounds pretty cool. I don't know, like, you know, I got like a song or two in and I was like, I don't know if, you know, this is gonna fully be my thing, but I'm really digging it because I'm like, I like country music, but it's usually like the singing and country, like some modern like country sort of it's like that kind of vibe is usually just not my thing. And he really isn't like, it's not like he's just some indie alternative singer over country. Like he's full on country vocalist.
It's just pure country.
But it's just great. And he just exudes like talent and like genuine. He just feels like a genuine person, like his performance. And I just appreciated that. It made me really like that. I just liked that I was enjoying a country album and it stuck with me. And I when I listened to it, I knew it was going to be like, I remember telling myself, I was like, yeah, this will be in my top 10 when I do that podcast episode about it. So I enjoyed it. Any country heads out there, I don't know how, I'm not connected to what's, you know, popular on the radio for country music.
I think Zach Bryan,
but he's pretty well known, right?
Yeah, he's been pretty popular in that.
Like he's
scene.
pretty big, and it was just cool to see a really popular artist making like cool, like authentic music that didn't feel shallow, and it wasn't just like ripping trap beats and singing about like
dirt roads and
your stupid wife trucks. Making you dinner and drinking beer and stuff, and dirt road and trucks and jeans, you know, like it had heart to it. It felt, I loved it. It made me like care about the genre again. It just, and that's the thing. It's like people like, oh, I don't like country music anymore. I like old country music, you know, like Dolly Parton and that era, and you know,
Roger Miller
and John Wayne. He's not country, but you know, Steve Martin,
Clint Eastwood,
all that stuff. But this is like new country music, and it cares about the genre, you know. It's not it's not just capitalizing on it. It feels like it cares about it, and it's new and popular, you know. Yeah. So it's
got a lot of streams.
It just made me happy, you know. I was like, dang, what a great album, and
making country music great again.
And it actually feels like meaningful music, and it's not just trash. And I just liked that. It made me a little optimistic about popular country music again.
Yeah.
It just didn't make me feel dirty listening to it. You know? So it was great, and I really loved it. And I think anyone could really get a kick out of it. It's not like a challenging record. It's long, but it's good and it's chill. And if you like the country vibe, like old school country and stuff, you know, this is just a really good modern take on that. So yeah.
I like how he's got like at least the two features that I recognize. They're like neither of them are country artists.
Yeah,
so I like that.
Watch House isn't what do I know Watch House from?
I don't know.
That's like there's a song featuring Watch House, and that's so familiar to me.
No, who knows?
Maybe I don't know them. I'm like saw a picture of them. I'm like,
maybe you know them from their album Watch House.
It just sounds familiar. I don't know why. Anyways, yeah, Zach Bryan, Great American Bar Scene. It's great.
Cool. Oh, it got me intrigued. I do like me some just pure
I think you dig it.
Country.
It's cool. It's just a good hangout listen. Throw it on. Well, throw it on while you're hanging out one day.
Okay. They're like, I'm talking to you. I'm like, I don't care. I'm putting on Zach Bryan.
Okay.
All right. I understand.
These songs used to free me. Now there's nothing freeing this. Just 808 beats what we used to be in backdoor politics. Now everyone knows an outlaw, country to their core. The only outlaw I've known served in the Corps. Now I ain't burned, shaped of frost in a couple years or more.
Cool. Well, thanks for sharing that, Mitchell.
Yeah.
I admire your authenticity.
That's right.
Well, my number 8 is from a band that you know, but I don't think you checked out this album because you're lame.
What?
I'm just guessing that you haven't, but it's from a little band called Half Alive, and it's their album Persona.
Shoot. They're gonna say something else, but no, I did not check that out, but I did want to. I forgot that came out, though.
Yeah. Actually, speaking of favorite album covers, this is also a good contender. I love it. I know a lot of people don't because it's just it's just creepy, kind of. But I think it's great. It's just
that's cool. I like that.
Yeah. It's these two characters that show up in a lot of the music videos from this album, so it's fun. But Half Alive have come a long way. They kind of used to be known as kind of like this, like 21 Pilots, kind of riding on the coattails of 21 Pilots style, kind of. But I think they've really grown into their own and have really just solidified their sound. They've really matured a lot, just being this really fun pop rock band, emphasis on pop. But they have some really great lyricism, really catchy tunes, and I don't know. I don't think I enjoyed this as much as their previous album, which was
Conditions of a Punk.
Conditions of Punk. I was going to say Give Me Your Shoulders, but that was the part 1 EP that they never did a part 2. They just did Conditions of a Punk. They're like, this is an album.
That's kind of funny.
Yeah. I really liked Conditions of a Punk, and I feel like it was a more fully realized album, but I still really like Persona. A lot of the highs on this album are incredible. The songs Sophie's House and Automatic are a couple of my favorites from the year. But a lot of really fun tunes on here in Half Alive. They never disappoint. So
I haven't really listened to anything from them since their debut. I think I've probably listened to some singles from their later stuff, but I liked that album. I need to catch up on them.
That album is really great, but yeah, like I said, I think they've just really matured in their sound. And,
because it definitely were like, they like 21 Pilots for sure.
Yeah. But they've come into their own.
Yeah.
So there's it's not. I don't really have much more in depth to say. It's just a really solid pop rock album, and they're really good, and they've got really good lyricism, and it's good. So yeah.
Heck yeah.
Heck yes.
Every shadow of change, when it's good, when it's painful. All that is, all that has been, every dagger of grace is a gift, I am grateful. All that is, I say thank you. Can't count on the timing, can't plan on arriving. Feel the balance in the soil, in the wind while I'm driving. Time moves like a river, each breath I'm reminded to reach heavy in the silence. till the whistle cries.
Frick yep.
That's what's up, dude.
Dang, boy, where'd you find this?
I was like
You have
pretending. I pretended to start saying something and then I didn't.
You have like a little man trying to get out. Yep.
I don't know. Don't
Help.
worry about it.
I'm worried.
Number 7. All right. So my number 7. We're kind of continuing the country vibes here. It's not like a full on.
Oh no!
I wouldn't say it's not as like straightforward country as a Zach Bryan album, but it's got more of like that folk charm to it.
Yeah.
It is "The Past Is Still Alive" by Hooray for the Riff Raff.
Take it all back in the nick of time. Maybe even be a good friend of mine. Baby, and we won't have to cry if we don't want to cry. Maybe I got something left in this heart of mine. A wash in the sand on the beach of time. Baby, you know that time can take you for a ride, can take you by surprise. Maybe you're all snake eyes.
I mentioned this album to you like once, I think, but I love it. It's great. Yeah, "The Past Still Alive" by Hooray for the Riff Raff, an amazing artist name.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was a really pleasant surprise. This one I found it was like on a playlist like recommendation, like you liked this band, so listen to this. It's just like totally recommended to me by like an algorithm, and it worked for once. And it was great. The song that appeared on it was
algorithm.
Buffalo, which is such a pleasant, catchy song. It's like it's so catchy, but it's also so calm and like has such a chill, just like bob in my head vibe to it. There's such a gentle folk country aesthetic to the whole record, and I just loved it. It was such good like sunset music, you know. And she has a really cool kind of like raspy voice, sort of, and a cool like country twang to her voice. Just a lot of really cool instrumentation. I love it. But yeah, I think it's classified under like alternative, but yeah, it's like an alternative country kind of folk type of album, and it's 10 songs. It's like it's 36 minutes long. Like it's a very concise, just snappy, clean, good listen. Very consistent record, and I just loved it. It was great. It was a new artist discovery, band I'd never heard of before. Heard one single and was like, "This is so good!" Like I don't know why I'm obsessed with this because it's a Buffalo. It's like pretty repetitive, but like it's one of those songs you could have the chorus on loop forever and you'd never get tired of it. So easy on the ears, very, very silky smooth texture to the production.
That's some of my favorite kind of country. It's just like smooth.
Yeah. It's just like some guitar, a little bit of a bop, and just a nice catchy hook on the vocal melody.
Nice catchy hook. I like how you're getting an accent as you're
nice
talking.
Catchy hook. Sometimes it comes out. I did grow up in Hayworth, after all. But yeah, listen to the song Buffalo on that album, and if you like it, just check out the whole album. It's not every song is exactly like that. Like some songs lean more into alternative, but it's a great record, and it was just a really pleasant surprise, and an artist I really want to listen to more of, and I'm hoping her other albums are half as good or interesting. Never heard of her. I don't know how popular she is, what kind of stream numbers she gets. I almost respect that Apple Music doesn't show me numbers, because I don't want to like judge people based off numbers, you know.
Oh, are you just looking on iTunes or
I'm
Apple?
I'm just on my music app.
Okay, well, it's showing like she gets like the first 3 songs have over 1 million plays, and then the others are like in the 6 digits.
Oh, okay. So I'm like super hipster with this one.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Hooray for the riff
Spotify.
raff.
Yeah.
Hooray for the riff raff. Yeah, it's great. Check it out. I feel like you'd get a kick out of it too. I feel like
by the way you described it, yeah.
I think could stylistically be your kind of thing. Listen to Buffalo. If you like it, flip the whole record and see how you feel.
But
it's cool.
No, I'm gonna listen to Bison.
Okay.
That's a joke because bison is the same thing as buffalo. Yeah. I'm going to listen to The Last Bison.
Okay.
There's a throwback for you.
Yeah. Oh, man. Dude, I listened to that, their first record a while ago.
It's
it
good.
was very nostalgic.
Yeah. I think they're going to make new music.
I'd like to see
if
they try and do something cool again.
Yeah. Anyways, cool. So that was all you had to say about
Yeah, that's all I
Hooray.
got. Straightforward album, real good.
Hooray for the riff raff.
Hooray.
Cool.
To watch the world burn, to watch the world burn, to watch the world burn. I'm all
All right. Well, my number 7 is from a band that you guys know that I love, and they're one of my top favorite bands of all time. You know them, Mitchell. 2 years ago, they released why am I talking like Trump? 2 years ago, they released my favorite album of that year. They released my number 1 album of 2022, and they released another one this year.
Oh my god!
And it's called "Oh Brother" by Dawes.
That's my next album.
Oh, is it?
So let's talk about it.
Trainer tells his clients he's a shaman. We smoke some DMT before we binge. My diet strictly protein shakes and ramen. So we make sure to purge after we stretch. I'm still Los Angeles, the rumors are true. Not on the bleeding edge of fashion. I'm still Los Angeles, I'm calling for you. This is where the magic happens.
Oh, awesome. Yeah. I didn't think that you actually listened to this.
No, I did, and I really liked it.
Yay, yeah, that's cool.
I thought it was great. I'm assuming you're going to agree with me. Their last album was better.
Yeah.
It's like that last album was like probably one of their best.
Yeah. Misadventures of Doomscroller is
so good.
Is really, really good.
But this one was great.
Yeah.
I really, really liked this one.
Oh, that's so good. That's good.
Well, you showed me the Mr. Los Angeles song, and I was like obsessed with the guitar playing on it. I was like, this is like so good.
Yeah.
Like what a great jam.
It's great. So catchy.
And so I ended up, I was like, I gotta listen to the whole record, and I listened to the whole record.
Yay.
Like a few times while driving around and during work and stuff. And yeah, I really liked it a lot.
That makes me happy.
Yeah.
I wanted just a little bit of backstory for the audience because, there's a lot that was going on before the release of this album.
Brother.
Pretty much.
I'm so funny.
So basically, after Misadventures of Doomscroller, their keyboardist, pianist Lee Pardini left the band, which he had joined the band just before We're All Gonna Die, which is also a great album.
Yeah.
But not on top of that, their bassist, Wiley, also left the band. And he had been like a staple for the band since its inception.
Yeah.
And so like half the band leaves and everyone's just like, well, what now? Because
it's like him and his brother, like literally.
Yeah.
Like,
So, the future of Dawes was very much in question for a lot of fans. And, they announced, they're like, oh, we made a new record. So it's like, they had a lot to prove with this album.
Yeah.
Because for me, what I was thinking is like, I've always known Taylor Goldsmith to be an incredible songwriter, but I was wondering like how much input in terms of like the crafting of the music did Wiley and Lee have. So I was a little worried. I was like, is this album going to be a little bit more forgettable? Like, no hate to these albums, but like, Good Luck with Whatever and Passwords. They're fine albums, but they don't really stand out like
I've never really
like
listened
All
to
Your
all of
Favorite
them.
Bands
Yeah.
or We're All Gonna Die or Misadventures of Doomscroller.
And funnily enough, there's only 3 albums I've like listened to all of. The other ones I like listened to some but never finished.
Right, yeah. Their early, all their early albums are really good.
Yeah.
But there was kind of a point in their discography where they just kind of got a little boring, in my opinion.
I agree.
So yeah, they had a lot to prove with this album, and pretty much with like, actually their first single was Still Strangers Sometimes. I was like, this is fine.
Yeah.
But then like Mr. Los Angeles came out, and then
That's one that got
House
me.
Parties came out. And it was
House
like,
Parties is great.
yeah. So I was very excited for this album, and this album it did not let me down. Like you said, it's not as good as Misadventures of Doomscroller, but it's definitely like not on the low end with those other albums.
Yeah, it was the thing that surprised me because like Misadventures is like it felt very like musically ambitious for them, like a lot of just jamming out and like insane guitar playing and stuff. And I was worried that Oh Brother was gonna be like either like a bunch of ballads and like a bunch of slow songs and like not really like letting out on the guitar as much and stuff. And obviously it doesn't go like. It's not as like crazy and like jammy as Misadventures, but I was surprised at times. I was like, this is still like a very musically like solid album. Like it doesn't feel like I don't necessarily feel like something is like deeply missing from this record,
Yeah, not so much.
Like, could it be better with the other members? Like maybe it would have been, but like I feel like I don't need to think about that because the record they did put out on their own was great. And I'm like, I'll be excited for albums from them going forward.
If I didn't know that the other two had left, I mean, of course, aside from the album title and the cover, with just the two of them on there, if I didn't know, if I was just listening to this blind, I would have never have guessed that half the band left.
Yeah,
it still sounds like a Dawes album, and so yeah, they did it.
Yep. Yeah, they did great, and everything about it like just was up to their quality. I felt like, and I do like it more than those middling albums that you mentioned, like Passwords and stuff. And it just feels like another solid record for them. It doesn't feel like it's one of their like worst albums, but it's still okay. It's not like their best one either, but I think it's such a good, strong album for their discography that I wouldn't put it on the sideline, of like, this one, not like every song on it's like amazing or anything, but it's 9 songs and it's like 40 minutes. I
think it's definitely front loaded.
I agree.
Like the first 5 tracks are, Still Strangers Sometimes is okay.
Yeah.
But like those first few tracks are the best.
Yeah. And that is a common theme with
too.
some of their albums too. But not that their second halves are bad. But they definitely put the songs I love. The songs I love the most are always in the front half.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah.
Same with this record. So
yeah, Mr. Los Angeles, of course, is great. You guys got to watch the music video to it. It's great.
I love
Front
it.
Row Seat is really good. Surprise is so good.
Yeah,
I love the guitar work. Like
that's one of my favorites.
It's like a really chill song, but like the guitar work and like the kind of like the overall bass of the song is so hypnotic.
Yeah.
You know? And of course, House Parties really, really makes me think of all your favorite bands, because it's a song that is just so wholesome. I mean, it's kind of funny how earlier in this episode we were talking about, you know, going to house shows and such.
Yeah.
This captures that for me. So
Definitely.
It's like a very nostalgic feeling song.
House parties and local bands. Someone yelling at Kanye fans. How can you possibly stand that man? After all he's done, I don't care about Paul Gauguin. A starry night or the son of man. House parties and local bands. That's where I belong. House parties and local bands. That's where I belong.
That was something I liked about the record, is that it had those elements of, I mean, it's pretty consistent throughout a lot of their albums. That's something I like about Dawes and their songwriting. There's just like this kind of infectious positivity in a lot of it.
Yeah.
That it just makes me feel good. But yeah, songs like that made me think of, I was like, this gives me like all your favorite bands, like some of their older stuff, you know. It felt very in tune with their classic sound. But it didn't feel redundant.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which I think is very impressive, considering like they lost half their band.
Yeah.
And they managed to like maintain their sound, and it didn't feel polarizing or like half-hearted.
No, yeah, it does kind of, it harkens back to their older albums, I think.
Yeah.
But still in like a very new and fresh way.
Yeah, not like in we ran out of ideas kind of way, you know?
Yeah, no, they proved that they haven't run out of ideas yet. So
yeah,
it's very refreshing to see. So I also just kind of want to tag on the end a little bit of, it's sad to talk about this now. I don't know if you've heard any of this, but you know, the LA fires have been going on.
Oh yeah.
Both Taylor and his wife, and Griffin, his brother, the drummer, and his wife, they both lost their homes.
Oh, seriously? Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't know about that. That's crazy. Obviously,
Yeah.
I knew about the fires, but I didn't know they were like that affected by it.
No, yeah, they both lost their homes, so it's really sad. There's like some GoFundMe's put up and people supporting them, and they've like showed a lot of gratitude for that.
What freaking nightmare.
They've still been like touring, you know. They're like, yeah, we're still gonna go on the road, you know, because this is what
I mean,
we love to do.
might as well at this point.
Right, yeah.
You know,
and
live
it's
on the
not
road.
like, you know, I know at least for like Taylor Goldsmith, because his wife is literally Mandy Moore. So they'll be fine, but it's still like, it was really sad. They shared on Instagram like the aftermath of the fire, and one of the pictures they posted was like, this is one of their albums, Stories Don't End. It was like a vinyl, just kind of all like the edges were like all burnt up and everything. It's like, oh man, that picture's worth 1,000 words. So.
Dude, how crazy is it that Taylor Goldsmith's wife voiced a character in Kingdom Hearts 1?
Did she actually?
She voiced Aerith from Final Fantasy VII, because she's in Kingdom Hearts 1, and she was voiced by Mandy Moore in the first game.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I forgot he was married to her, so when you said that, I remember like when Abby found that out, she was like, what the heck? That's Mandy Moore?
Yeah.
She didn't return for her, and different voice actor took over, but yeah, that's really funny.
Yeah.
You can connect Kingdom Hearts to everything.
Yeah, it was kind of, well, not really funny, but like there's some people that were complaining online about like them having a, like getting a GoFundMe or whatever.
Oh, whatever.
And all the
If
headlines
people want to
were,
help out, let them.
right, yeah.
Who
And all the
cares?
headlines were like, Mandy Moore, and I'm like, I know who her husband is.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, all that aside, I mean, you know, I hope because they did lose like a lot of gear and like special stuff, apparently.
Yeah, that sucks.
All that aside, though, still a great album.
Yeah,
you know,
I really liked it. It was definitely a highlight for me that year.
Yeah, same here. It's a great title as well. Very fitting.
Oh brother.
Oh brother.
Oh,
Get it?
brother.
Because they're brothers. It's a great album cover too. So, thanks, Dawes. You did it again, and I love you so much.
Yay.
Please come back and play at the castle again.
Yeah, it was such a good show.
It was
so good live. It's great.
They're probably my favorite band that I've seen live. Honestly,
They're up there for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was such a good show.
Yeah.
It's all it's ever been.
Anyways, I guess so.
I guess you should just do your number 4 then.
Yeah, I guess so.
Let's do our number 4s and then...
Wait, no, not 4. What are you doing?
Or wait, 5?
I haven't even done my number 6 yet.
Wait.
You didn't skip ahead in your list. Did
No, I
you?
didn't. No.
Okay, good. Had me worried there. Yeah, number 6 is next for me.
Oh, yeah,
So.
okay, because that Dawes is my number 6. So yeah, that checks out.
Okay, gotcha. Cool. All right. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and do my number 6.
Do it. Do it now.
Stop.
Hurry. Clifford, you gotta do it now.
Okay.
Go.
Okay.
Hurry.
Okay. Stop it.
Clifford, wait. Make sure it's your number 6.
You should just leave now.
What are you on, 6?
Number 6.
Okay.
So, this is from an artist that I have not really talked about a lot because I didn't really get into their music until recently, and I don't know if you know about them, but it's the solo project of this guy Jason Martin, and it's a band called Starflyer 59.
That's a cool name.
Yeah.
Never heard of it though.
They got their start in Tooth and Nail. And Jason Martin is actually the brother of Ronnie Martin, known for his music Enjoy Electric.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So they're a very musical family. In fact, Jason Martin's son even started his own band called the Rocky Valentines, who also had a pretty decent album called Eraser this year. That was decent. But I had known about Starflyer 59 for a while, but never really fully dived into their music. I listened to like one of his first albums, Silver, and I thought it was okay. I didn't think it was really produced that well, but there were some good things that about it. But and his music kind of started out as this very like shoegazy kind of music. In the middle of his career was a little bit more like alternative. But with this album, he made a return to that shoegaze sound. And that album is called Lust for Gold. it's interesting because I'm pretty sure Lust for Gold is a reference to one of his earlier albums called Gold. So Lust for Gold is a return to his old shoegazy style, but in my opinion, it's improved upon. I know some Starflyer 59 fans out there, and they're probably going to hate me for this, but yeah, I'm not really into his early career music, and it's mostly just because of the production. But I think all the best things about that early career are present in this album, but just improved upon. One of the biggest gripes that I had about his early albums was I didn't like the mix. I didn't like how his vocals were kind of washed out in the sound, but here they're a lot more upfront and clear and crisp. This whole album sounds great. It's such a, like, the guitar tones and everything, and the mix is just so, it's kind of eargasmic, sort of.
What's this guy's name again?
Starflyer 59.
Because I'm curious now. Sounds cool.
Yeah.
I like the term shoegaze got me. I was like, ooh.
Yeah,
I like shoegaze.
If you like it's that that full rock shoegazy kind of sound. And yeah, it's a really solid album. It's only 8 tracks, but it's 37 minutes. And yeah, just like there's not really a bad song on this. He did a great job at just like crafting really good songs, and he tackles a lot of themes of like nostalgia, and I don't know if I really have much more in-depth commentary on it, but
I'm just like reading the artist description on Apple Music, and it's like selling me a lot. It's like project that combines his love for British shoegaze, Beatles-esque pop, dreamy space rock, and the songcraft assorted indie bands like the Smiths and My Bloody Valentine. I'm like,
oh,
ooh,
sure,
because I love the Smiths, so I'm like, ooh,
yeah,
sounds really cool. I might check this out.
You should. He's kind of an underrated artist, but he weirdly got a lot of attention on TikTok recently because apparently there's been this big shoegaze movement, so a lot of Gen Zers like discovered him, and so that's why like on his Spotify a lot of his tracks just got like over millions of views.
Yeah, it's like when Pinegrove had like one song go viral out of nowhere.
Yeah, pretty much.
And every other week it's like this random artist that no one knows like had 5 songs get 10 billion plays because of a TikTok trend. It's so weird how that happens.
Yeah, it's TikTok is. I guess we'll miss TikTok. I guess they did some good things. But yeah, a lot of great tracks on here. 909 is an incredible opener to the album. A lot of really great like guitar solos on it that just kind of soar over the mix, and it's great.
This might be the album I'm most interested on your list so far.
Oh wow. I'm doing a good job then.
I'm gonna listen to this one on my way home.
Lust for Gold, the title track is really good. YZ80, No Sweat. Everyone Seems Strange is a really interesting track because he gets very like open and honest about the fact that, because Jason Martin is, he's a man of faith. And like Everyone Seems Strange is like a really honest song about the fact that a lot of his friends are like leaving the faith.
Yeah.
So that's what that song is about. Everyone Seems Strange. So yeah, really. And 1995 is also great. It's really hard to pick like an absolute favorite from this album because they're all so good.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's. I'll just stop right there. It's a really, really solid album, Lust for Gold by Starflyer 59.
Also, this album, like this Low Tom album, showed up like, oh, if you like this artist, you like this, and I don't know why this is familiar to me.
Oh,
do you know Low Tom? I don't know.
The name sounds familiar.
I don't know why I was like, Clifford showed me this album before. It's like a dog that's dead.
No,
but I'm like, wait, why do I know this album art? I'm confused. I must have heard this before. I guess people who like him like Low Tom. So
the name sounds familiar, but I don't think that I've really listened to their music. Whoever they are.
Well,
it's Dave Bazan.
Oh, that's why I know. Okay, yeah.
I just looked at their. Okay. So it's
interesting.
It's Dave Bazan and wait, what the heck? Oh, it is Jason Martin
and Dave Bazan. Like,
yeah.
Oh, weird.
It's members of Pedro the Lion and Starflyer 59.
That's
put together.
Very fascinating.
That's how I've heard about him.
Yeah, okay, because I had heard about it. They must have shown up in my recommended because of Pedro before, because that our album art I had definitely seen before. That's interesting.
See now, okay. Thank you for reminding me about this because I kind of want there. Yeah, it's
cool. There we go.
It's Pedro. If you like Pedro the Lion, I think you'll really like Starflyer 59.
Yeah. I think I'm more hot on Pedro than you are, but but I love them.
Yeah, for sure. Now I gotta start listening to Low Tom now.
Woo!
I remembered that I knew that they existed like a while ago, but I completely forgot.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Cool. Thanks, Apple Music.
The more you learn.
He had me on the floor. But no one really stays. They're going their own way. 'Cause people always change. And then they are the brave. And then they are the brave.
So my number 5 is another. I think I had this artist on a list before. This is Tiger's Blood by Waxahachie.
Pick you up inside a hopeless prayer. I see you beholden to nothing. I make a living crying it ain't fair. Not budging. I don't see why you would lie. It was never the love you wanted. It's a state of mind you design. You get everything that you want. You might get lost in the moment. Take it easy on your opponent. It plays on my mind how the time passing covers you like a friend.
Waxahachie.
Like the Texas town Waxahachie. I
didn't even know that was a thing.
I hate doing the I don't know if I'm saying that right.
I
thing,
actually
but
found them on Spotify. What do you know?
There you
I
go.
spelt it right.
But yeah, Tiger's Blood. It's I can't remember when their last album was, but I remember really liking that one. I definitely put it on my list whenever we did it. It might have been, I don't know if it was 2022 or what. Let me just look it up. Hang on. Waxahachie. But yeah, this album was fantastic. Our last album was 2021. Okay. But yeah, I've gotten really into her. I haven't listened to all of her albums yet. I've listened to like 3 of her records. But Saint and Cloud was a really great record. I like that one the year it came out. Kind of continuing the country vibe more. Like I had a theme going on this year apparently, but she's very like folk and country adjacent, and
You're
she's
just a little country boy this year.
apparently. Yeah, I think she's classified more under like folk than country, but she has such a twang in her voice. Like, she has such a unique sounding voice, and I just really love it. And like, if I have to be critical at all, like the songs they can blend together, they can sound the same, but I think musically it's all really solid, and is such a good like smooth listen. It's like very standard album length. It's like 13 songs long. It's under 50 minutes. But I just really loved it, and I loved the title track on it. It's got one of those like kind of folky gang vocals and kind of a ballad sense, and it just has such like a comfortable, like comfy like feeling to it, and the whole album kind of exudes that energy. Like Three Sisters is great song. Evil Spawn, right back to it. Bored is great. Crowbar 365, the title track. I just love the record. I listened to it a lot. Abby ended up really liking it a lot too. It was one I listened to a lot, and it's not the most complex album I listened to at all in 2024. But it was one of the ones I listened to the most, I think. Like, it was very easy to rotate it and just like throw it on when I wanted something to listen to. Kind of like
Easy
that Rat
listening.
Boys album, the way I described that. Like, I just loved having it on. Like, it was a good comfort album that year, and I just loved how it sounded. It's very gentle folk, but has a lot of good talented music behind it. I love all the instrumentation. I love how simple it can be, yet effective. And again, it's really just like her writing, and her voice and her tone of voice is just so unique and has such a strong twang to it. And it's just really unique and cool. And I can't name a lot of singers that sound like her. And I just really like it. There's so much personality in the music and the vocal performance, and just absolutely loved it. St. Cloud, I probably like it as much as that, you know. I think that album was pretty big the year it came out. But yeah, Tiger's Blood, it was great. I probably listened to that one like 10 times last year a lot. It was a pretty common one to throw. It's one I want to get on vinyl too, I think. But I was a big fan, and I just really like Waxahachie at this point. And I keep an eye on her and her music now. And yeah, Tiger's Blood, it was great. MJ
like
Lenderman
how-
was featured on a song too, and I should have honorable mentioned his album. He had an album too that was pretty good.
Oh,
But
interesting.
It wasn't a top 10 or anything, but I did like it. But he's on that album too, and it's probably one of the better songs on the album as well. Honestly, I liked it. So.
Yeah, it's interesting on their Spotify. On the fans also like. There's a Hooray for the Riff Raff.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's wild.
And then MJ
I wonder if
Lenderman.
that's... Oh, yeah. That checks out. I wonder if that's how MJ Letterman... I wonder if that's how Hooray for the Riff Raff came across my recommendations, because I was listening to Waxahachie a lot.
Probably.
There must be some crossover there or something. But it is a very similar thing, like this simple, smooth approach to like a folk alternative country approach with unique vocals. Like those two albums like together were like they were almost like sister albums to me that year.
Yeah.
They don't. I'm not going to say they sound the same. They really don't. They have their own unique approach and their delivery and how they sing and their writing. Like very distinct albums. Like despite basically being in the exact same genre and corner of music.
Yeah.
But they did fill this like corner where I was like, that's just the kind of like sound I was attracted to that year, and it's funny that like those two ended up on my 10. And I was like, I had a type that year apparently, and it was like
so.
it was nice folk country music. So
Good old country vibes.
yeah,
Nice.
yeah, it was great.
Yeah. I wish I could talk about it, but
Yeah,
I
it's okay.
can't.
I couldn't talk about yours either. It's all right.
yeah.
We know how it is.
Yeah, that's how it be. All right. Well, thank you, Mitchell, for sharing that
You're so welcome.
with the whole world.
Yeah.
So we'll move on to my number 5, and this is going to be this is an interesting addition into my list. So you most likely have never heard of this artist, but
Wow.
but I have, and that's why he's on my list.
Man, he's so hip.
So my number 5 is a little album called ILIWYS Tape Print Unmastered by Will Reagan.
You saw the end before you start. Before you start. You can't pretend you're not afraid.
What?
Yep. ILIWYS.
279L. Is that a license plate number?
Yep, that's his license plate.
Cool. I'm gonna search it real quick.
No.
Arson. What? Anyways, vehicular manslaughter.
Yeah, he wrote this in prison.
William.
So my theory is that ILIWYS is an abbreviation for I love it when you smile.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
He has
or
never
Illinois, Wyoming, Sacramento.
No, it would be Illinois, Louisiana, Idaho, Wisconsin,
Ryan
Yellowstone, and Spain. I don't know. I
Yeah.
don't know any states with the S.
I don't think there are any. South Dakota.
Oh yeah, there you go.
and South Virginia.
South Virginia.
Yeah.
Yeah, North Virginia, East Virginia. So that's my theory, because when you look at the cover art, it's a picture of him and what I assume is children that are like pulling his face into a smile, you know?
That's stupid.
So I think
I'm
that's
just kidding. That's sweet.
Yeah.
That's cute.
So who is Will Reagan? Will Reagan was one of the first Christian artists that I discovered that kind of showed me that worship music could be artful and creative. He was one of the first artists that I got into, along with like Josh Garrels.
I'm trying to remember that one name. There's someone I'm thinking of in that regard too, and I'm like forgetting his name, but I remember I showed him to you, and he had I remember you were like, "Oh, I love the snare drum because it almost sounds like a toy, and that's kind of cool." And the album art was like kind of like.
Are you talking about John Mark McMillan?
Oh yeah, John Mark McMillan.
Oh yeah, he's great too.
That's
yeah.
what I was thinking of. That's kind of who comes to mind for me. Where
Yeah,
I was like, I remember listening to that, and I was like, "Ooh, like cool production." What?
Yeah, kind of in that same vein. And Will Reagan had actually written a couple worship songs that got pretty popular. Like his most popular is probably "Set a Fire." Like Jesus Culture did a cover of it, made it popular. But that's how he started out. like just doing worship music, but then he, especially with his last album, which is his last album before this, Vacancy, was in my top 10 of that year. I think it was 2019. And with that album, I started to notice that he kind of was veering a little bit away from strictly worship music, and started, it seemed that he was writing more songs about like life in general.
Yeah.
And then he just kind of fell off the face of the earth and was not like making any music. And just based off of his social media, it seemed that he was doing a lot of production for other people, like producing other people's music. And then this past year, he just drops this without any promotion or anything. He just drops it and he's like, "Here you go." And I was like, "What is this?" Like at first, I thought,
I respect a good shadow drop.
Yeah, the thing that also made it confusing, and some people might debate as to whether this makes it legible to be on an albums list. Technically, this album is, at least on streaming services, it is one single track.
Ooh.
But it's like over a half hour long. And when you listen to it, it very clearly has distinct different songs on it.
It's almost like you have to listen to it like you would a vinyl.
Right, yeah, or like cassette tape.
Which, that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
I'm down with that.
Yeah, I
listen
dig
to
it.
the whole album, people.
Right, yeah, it really does
Don't
like
separate them on my most played and
right.
all that stuff. Maybe that's kind of the point, is like you're going to listen to all my songs,
Yeah, I think so, because it really does like force you to sit down and like listen to the whole thing.
Yeah.
So it was a little bit confusing as to like what it was, especially with the title ILIWYS Tape Print Unmastered, which I don't know what that means.
I almost think it's like, even just from this describing this album and like the title and stuff, I don't know if this is the point, but to me that's almost like this approach to like anti-streaming. Like if you just put this on if you just played a CD of this or a vinyl, like it would just play like normal. On streaming, our brains are like, wait, it's not like segmented, and but how will we know how many songs got what
how
amount
am I
of
supposed to
plays?
put these on a playlist?
How will I know which song is most popular so I can skip all the others? And it almost seems like an approach to be like as anti-streaming as possible, which I kind of, and like the title of it is just very like just like bare bones, this is the music just as it is. And
yeah,
like, it's kind of cool. Like
because it's
kind of a neat thing, because if you sell vinyl of this, it's not like it's gonna be any different than any other album,
right?
So
and it's kind of a bad idea from like a business standpoint, or at least like from streaming, because you're not gonna have these little shorter individual songs that are going to get like so many streams. Like is literally just a half hour long track that who's going to want to like just put this on, whenever. You can't put it on a playlist or anything. So from a business standpoint, it's a really bad idea, but I respect it. It shows that he doesn't really care all that much.
Yeah.
He's like, I just want you to sit and listen to it.
Yeah, and the idea of just dropping it, no promotion, he's just like, it was clearly, that gives off like, it was just like a personal project, and then I'll share it. But this isn't like, maybe that's like a statement of, I'm not going to do this like full time and put out a bunch of music after this. I'm just going to do it when I feel like, or who knows what the vibe around that is. But
I don't know.
But it's interesting, and I respect the approach to it and all that jazz.
Yeah, and in terms of the actual album, it's fantastic. I kind of put off listening to it because I knew it was going to be a time investment. But once I did, I was like, oh man, I wish that I had started listening to this sooner, because like once I did, I just kind of had it on repeat for a long time. And it's like, you can tell that he's definitely been having he's been flexing his production muscles over the past few years because it's definitely present in this album. Like so many really cool, interesting sounds. Like it's a great mixture of like more acoustic-y kind of sounds mixed with like analog synths and such, and just experimenting with like vocal sounds.
And it's just him, and he's a solo. It's like a solo gig.
Well, it is. I mean, I don't
like,
know if he had
people-
any like other musicians helping him.
Gotcha.
But
he doesn't have like a band or something. It's kind of like a solo project.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, in the past, he's usually collaborated with this worship band called United Pursuit. You'll often see like some of the albums that he's released. It's basically just a collaboration. It's like Will Reagan and United Pursuit.
Yeah.
But this is it's just him. And he uses a lot of samples of like recordings of his kids that you can hear. And it seems that the album is very basically the themes are like him being a father and like what that means for him and like his life as a Christian. And it's just it's really, really cool. And he also has a great voice. And yeah, it was just such a bizarre release, but it's fantastic. It's a lot of fun it's definitely a headphone listen.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's all the really. My favorite song is all of them because I don't. That is the one thing.
Fourth one? Question mark.
Yeah, because there isn't like any like track list or anything. It's all just the one.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, and I'm gonna stick for now. I'm sticking with my theory that it stands for "I love it when you smile" because I don't know.
That makes sense.
It makes sense to me. So, but yeah, that's my number 5. ILIWYS tape print unmastered by Will Reagan.
Very fun, Bill.
Thanks, Margaret.
Good job, Margie. Good job, Margie.
I'm confused.
It's okay. Don't worry about it.
Very death erased the We are many, we're one. We're the leaves of a tree that grows. How do we make it all fit? How do we make it all fit? When the leaves that are born by the strength of the bow come to go. How do we make it all fit? How do we make it all fit?
All right,
I'm
my
worried.
number 4. My number 4.
Oh,
of
goody!
2024.
I've been most excited about your number 4.
It's always my number 4 that just hits people, you know. It's always the 4th. No, my number 4, an obvious one probably for those who know the kind of artists I like, but my number 4 is St. Vincent's All Born Screaming.
Empty cup and a can full of miracle. Half a candle, a picture pin on the wall. Letters, records, and ash and linoleum. Signs of life, the beginning.
Street Vincent, depending on your preference.
St. Vincent Street.
St. Vincent Street. But yeah, this is
I didn't realize she had an album out.
Yeah, she put it out last year. She hasn't had her last like real album was in 2021 with Daddy's Home, and then before that it was Mass Education. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is like her 8th studio album, like her excluding like her more like spin-offs, like the piano versions of Mass Education and stuff. But I love St. Vincent's music. Her debut might still be my favorite, which I don't know what like St. Vincent fans' opinions are on like the tier list version, like the ranking of her albums or whatever. But I've always loved her debut. I love Strange Mercy. Love This Giant is the album she co-made with David Byrne. And it's really good, of Talking Heads fame. Yeah, Love This Giant that's a super good album. I wasn't super crazy for Mass Education, but Daddy's Home was great. Sounds like a return to like kind of a vintage rock style aesthetic, lots of guitar. And All Born Screaming was like a pretty good mix. Just really, really, really cool production on this one. Just all around like the opening track, Hell Is Near, has just some of the coolest sounding like acoustic guitar riffs like ever. And it's just 10 tracks and 40 minutes long. Like, it's just a very like concise, straightforward listens. I'm glad. Look, I like a nice long 3-hour album on occasion, double LP,
Sure.
big concept or whatever. But I feel like 2024 for me was like a year of like, there was a lot of like good, just shorter albums.
Just short and concise.
Sometimes I just like a nice short album, that's like less than an hour
Well,
long.
like 40 minutes. That's like standard.
Yeah. But like a 10-track album, like it's nice and even. I like it. But yeah, St. Vincent's great. My electric guitar I have is a St. Vincent model. It's a Music Man St. Vincent. I always like thought her guitar was super cool looking, and then I got one for sale one year, and yeah, just love her guitar work. She's, I'm not going to say she's like the most talented guitarist in the world or anything, but I love the way she plays and the kind of riffs she comes up with.
How is she worth listening to then?
I know, right?
I want the best with all the music I listen to.
Yeah. But no, All Born Screaming is great. I might like Daddy's More just a little bit more.
Daddy's More?
And overall, Daddy's Home. Did I say more? Daddy's
I'm pretty sure you said Daddy's More.
Dude, my brain, man.
It's okay.
But yeah, I mean, it's probably
we've been recording a long time today.
Yeah, we sure have. It's been a whole couple weeks. But if comparatively to her discography, it's probably like dead in the middle. Maybe like closer, like in favor towards the top than the bottom, but I really like it. But there's definitely a few of her other albums I prefer still, but it was just a great listen. Her production style is just always really creative and cool. Love that she's kind of like a pop artist that relies on guitar a lot. It's just a cool combo, and just lots of cool creative sounds and easy listen, wild lyrics. And yeah, I just love it. She's got a cool identity to her music, and I love following her stuff. And every album just always feels completely different. Like, every album has such a unique style. Nothing's ever like repetitive with her albums. So it's always exciting when something new comes out, because you never really know like which angle she's gonna go at. Like, one album might be a lot more digital production and synths and way more on the pop angle, and then Daddy's Home is like, here's a 10-minute long Pink Floyd song with like a 5-minute guitar solo. So it's just a cool artist to follow. Always liked her, love her guitar. Always, her actual guitar looks cool enough that I wanted to buy one, so that says a lot about how closely I followed her for a while. I had a huge there was like a year where I like was like obsessed with listening to her stuff, and I was like, she's one of my favorite artists, and I don't know if I'd like top 10 her as like one of my favorite artists or anything at this point, but I still love her stuff and love to follow her and all that jazz. So yeah, I mean, that's all I got. St. Vincent.
Very
Saint
nice.
Vincent?
Saint Vincent.
Sorry, my nose is stuffed. Saint Vincent. All Born Screaming. That's my number 4.
I'm very concerned for her in the album cover.
She's dying.
I hope she's okay.
She's on fire.
Yeah, she's literally on fire on the album cover.
I just like come off from the side and start like beating her with a fire blanket. I'm helping. I'm helping.
Love.
I'm helping you.
She's very nonchalant about it though, so
she's
think
having a good.
okay.
She's doing a little dance. She's all right.
Do a little dance.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, that's awesome.
Yeah.
I have not listened to it, but one of these days I'll do my little. I'm gonna see the hands that took the nails for me.
I don't know. I don't really know. I'm trying to picture you like listening to St. Vincent. I'm like, what album of hers would you even like? And I feel like, I don't know, if you ever do decide to listen to her, just listen to her first album.
Yeah,
it's more straightforward. That's my favorite one. That has like the most cool guitar stuff.
Marry Me.
Marry Me.
Well, she has more albums than I thought that she did.
Yeah, a lot of them are like Mass Education is just like an offshoot of Mass Seduction. It's like a lot of piano stuff. One is like a soundtrack for a movie. So there's like, I would call them like spin-offs or like soundtracks or like offshoots sort of. Kind of like when I don't know, like when Gorillaz would put out like D-sides or something or whatever. Where it's like, I wouldn't consider that like the 6th studio album, but it's like an album she put out.
I guess
I think she has like, I would say she has 8 albums definitively.
Okay. I guess I didn't realize that she'd been at it for so long. Like her first album is 2007.
Yeah, she did a lot of she did a lot of guitar work and like vocal work for other artists. She's on Heretic Pride from the Mountain Goats.
Oh.
She does like guitar. I think she does some guitar and like some backing vocals on that album.
What the heck?
So yeah, she's just been around. She
did an album with David Byrne.
Yeah, I just said that earlier.
Oh, I wasn't listening.
I said David Byrne of Talking Heads fame. And,
yes.
That's you should listen to that one too. If you like David Byrne Talking Heads stuff, that's a really good one.
I need to listen to more David Byrne's solo stuff.
It's good.
I really love Talking Heads.
Love This Giant's a fantastic album. It's a really good one.
It makes sense that she would like David Byrne.
Oh yeah.
Or Talking Heads. Okay, cool. Anyways, she's on fire on this one too. Does she make a Espanol version?
I don't know what that is. It's just
Todos nacen gritando.
Like different versions of the
totally
songs
said
or something.
that right.
I have no idea.
It's the same length, so
yeah,
I think
it might
it
make
is.
a Spanish version of it. I guess.
Yeah,
it's kind of cool.
Some people do.
She can do
Peter
it. Why
Gabriel made a whole like German version of his. It was one of his self-titled albums that people call Security. He made a whole German version of it.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's fun. I mean, if you can, why not, right?
Yeah. I think so. Anyways, cool. Thanks for that. My number 4 might be a little controversial for some, given his, I don't know, I guess, I don't know about reputation, but things that have just kind of been kind of tagged on to this guy. This guy
the new
blew
Kanye
up.
album.
I'm
just kidding. No.
Good Lord, no. Especially now.
Yeah.
No, this guy blew up quite recently with one particular song that it just blew up and just kind of was
Did
a
it
part
kill
of
anyone?
the yeah.
'Cause it
lots
blew
of people died because of this
I
song.
have no idea who you're gonna say. I'm trying to think of anyone that's controversial, and I can't.
Well, he just kind of came out with this simple song and it blew up and kind of became a part of like this whole political conversation. And that's, of course, how I...
Oh, is that the dude with like the guitar?
The dude with the guitar. Yeah, it's Oliver Anthony.
Okay, yeah.
He came out with an album called Hymnal of a Troubled Man's Mind.
Whoever loves money never has enough. Whoever loves wealth is never satisfied with their income. This too is meaningless. Everyone comes naked from their mother's womb, and as everyone comes, so they depart.
Granddaddy grew up on dirt floors. The whole county was dirt poor. And Mama died when he was 4. What a damn shame. They grew tobacco and raised hogs with 7 youngins and some old dogs. I reckon they was living high on hog way back in their day. They say you weren't born to just pay bills and die. You weren't born to just pay.
And that's my number 4. And
Gotcha.
I think
I don't know anything about him other than that one song.
I mean, you know how people are. People just want to hate everyone just because he has like certain opinions on stuff. He's not even so yeah, he had the song Rich Men North of Richmond, and it criticized, you know, like the state of our country and such, and people kind of wanted to make him like, oh, he's right wing, and like, no, he's left wing, and he's like, I'm not really interested in either.
Yeah, there was like a week where like nobody would shut up about him, and I didn't really have much interest, and I didn't find any of it like particularly like crazy. And I was like, I don't really get the big deal. And
yeah, well, I found him fascinating. I really liked the song, and so I looked into more of his music, and I started following him because I was interested in what he was making. Like,
I didn't even know he had an album.
Yeah, he kind of just like softly released an album, like didn't make a huge deal out of it.
Yeah.
And this was after like he became viral. He's like, all right, I got an album out. And funny thing is that Richmond North of Richmond, it's a single, but he didn't put it on this album.
Oh yeah. I mean, I don't blame him. He probably hates that song.
Well, yeah, he had said that he's like, I don't know why this song blew up. Like this wasn't even my favorite song.
Yeah.
But and it's, you know, with the controversy around it and everything.
Yeah, you probably just wanted a clean slate on that album.
Yeah, even though there's definitely like 1 or 2 tracks on this album that like kind of say some of the same things, like Mama's Been Hurtin', and Rich Man's Gold.
Yeah.
But yeah, this album I think is fantastic. It's some people might expect it to be just, you know, like his videos, just him and his. I guess it's a guitar.
It was just like an acoustic song, right? It was just like him playing guitar. Like he didn't have a band or anything.
But this album has a lot more to it than it. It still kind of has a little bit of a stripped down feel, especially with some songs. But there are other songs where, you know, you hear a kit and you hear, you know, a bass and some nice fiddle and some really good arrangements.
Kit and fiddle. We like a drum kit and a fiddle.
Yes, we do.
In this house.
You know, just kind of like a fuller sound, but still not quite like Mumford & Sons, of course, but like it sounds like that there's like a few musicians playing along, and it's really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like got this he's got this really cool folk country sound, and I think he's a great songwriter. Like so many of these songs are incredibly catchy, but also like really deep. A lot of the songs he tackles issues of like alcoholism and just like you know, responsibility in life. And one of the cool things about this album is
like
that
kind of country music themes, but like not annoying ones,
right?
Like normal personal ones, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Very, very deep and personal, but still
Would
a lot
you call
of the
it a
songs.
country album?
Yeah, but it's
Okay.
like traditional folk country.
Yeah, so we both had like country albums.
Yeah,
on our lists.
I was thinking the same thing when you were talking about your country albums. I was like, well, I got a country album too, but I'm gonna talk about it later.
We're little country boys.
Yeah, in the Midwest. But yeah, so one of the cool things about this album is that interspliced throughout the whole album, there's just tracks where he's just reciting scripture, because he is a man of faith, and he's been pretty open about that, and how he's been like kind of a new Christian, and so he's kind of exploring that, and that's very apparent in this one. And yeah, I don't know. I think it's pretty great. It sounds great, and the passion in his voice is really really resonates with me. And yeah, just really cool songs that just kind of cut deep, you know. Yeah, I don't know. I just think it's cool.
Good year for normal country music to exist.
Right. He got
to be fair, I guess there's probably good country albums every year, but this was like the only year like
that we paid
that
attention
I just
to.
came across one that I latched onto. So
yeah, it's funny because like how I found out about the release of this album was that he got a shout out from Winston Marshall, formerly from Mumford & Sons.
I was gonna like bring them up. I'll save it for the end because it doesn't have anything to do with.
Okay, but yeah, he was like,
guy,
Winston had retweeted it, and he's like, "This is the best bluegrass album of the year so far."
Bluegrass,
and well, yeah, it's like bluegrass country, I guess.
Maybe more. I'm almost picturing like Punch Brothers instrumentation now. Like kind of like that subtle.
Maybe I'd say it's
not
even
without the mandolin, not that kind of like.
I think Punch Brothers have a little bit more fuller of a sound. They have like more layered guitars.
Yeah.
This one I think is still a bit more stripped down.
Gotcha. Okay.
But the production is cool though, because for most of the songs it kind of sounds like that he's just like recording in this big empty room.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if that's exactly how he did it. But yeah, some really, really good songs are I've Got to Get Sober is definitely one of my favorites. Cobwebs and Cocaine, Feeling Pretty Good. VCR Kid is also great.
I'm sorry, was saying I'm feeling pretty good after Cobwebs and Cocaine is pretty funny.
Yeah.
Cobwebs.
Feeling pretty good after those Cobwebs and
Cocaine.
Cocaine. Yep. So yeah, I don't know. I really enjoy this album. I don't care what anyone says. I just love how the title.
Anything.
What?
No one's gonna say anything.
Yeah, no, they don't care. I love the title of the album is very represents the whole album well. Hymnal of a Troubled Man's Mind. Because yeah, that's basically a lot of these songs is him just kind of wrestling through things.
Nice.
And,
I didn't even know he put it on an album, so I'm glad.
Yeah, a lot of people.
I'm glad he's just living his life.
Yeah, and someone had said it was someone on like Twitter or something that they told me like, yeah, it's sad that he like quit music. I was like, what? And I looked into it, and he did not quit music. He just quit it full time. He's not doing it full time anymore.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because he kind of blew up, and it seems like he didn't really know how to handle it or what to do with it.
If I was, imagine just putting out a random song and suddenly you're like all anyone is talking about for a month.
Right. I mean, and he also
just horribly annoying conversations about that song for like a whole month. I was like, dude, like, can we chill?
Just chill on it. You can hear the Hank Hill AI covers of it that is really good.
Oh my gosh,
it's great.
Of course.
But no, he's still doing music, just like he's not touring full time or anything. He's just like, like living his life, focusing on his family, just like Focus on the Family. So, and it's funny because Oliver Anthony isn't actually his real name. That's his stage name.
Oh, interesting.
And I brought this up in the I'm Clifford Today show, but I forgot what his actual name is.
Yeah.
But I think Anthony is like part of his actual name. Hold
on,
I'm gonna look it up.
Tony.
Tony.
My name's
Oliver
Tony.
Anthony, real name.
His real name is Bunger Smith.
Christopher Anthony Lunsford.
Oh, okay.
That's right. Yeah. And he's also a ginger, just like me.
And his address is here, too.
Oh, wow. Oh, he's actually only 2 years older than me. That's crazy.
One of my brain was like, oh, he's only 2 years old. It's like, how is that possible?
He's such a talent.
Man, imagine
Talented
being 2
little
years
boy.
old. Yeah.
And having a full ginger beard.
Yeah, people that look like him are like basically our age now.
That's when you know
weird?
that our country has gone downhill, when you have 2-year-olds complaining about the state.
Richmond, north of Richmond.
Richmond. Okay, so yeah, that's my number 4.
Whenever there's been hard times, it's always made hard folks who could get her to the other side and not let it be all she wrote. I'd love to live to be an old man, but God, you can take me a young one. Just don't let the land I love die so young. Of thee I sing,
Cool, yeah. And then the random thing I was like, man, it's like, speaking of Mumford and Sons, are they even alive? Did they die?
No, they
put out anything? Have they put out anything recently?
Yes,
ever?
actually. And I was gonna mention this at the end.
Did you like not like it or something?
So they announced a new album that's coming out really soon called Rushmere, and they had released the single Rushmere.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. I haven't. Oh, interesting.
The single is fine, but I guess while we're talking about it,
featuring Madison Cunningham. Interesting.
So they released a music video to the single, and I'm not kidding you, it is one of the most self-indulgent music videos I've ever seen.
Oh no!
As you know, I've been a fan of Mumford and Sons for a long time.
What is it like? Is it like meta? Is it like all about like?
Basically, what the concept is that they're like, we got a bunch of our friends and fans to sit down and listen to the new single, and we're gonna film them listening to it.
Oh, that's so lame.
It's so weird.
That's lame as heck. Man.
I know, right?
That's. Yeah, no, that's mega self.
And imagine like having being in that video.
It's people like cupping their hands over their mouths and like crying and laughing.
Yeah, there's a lot of that. and there's like couples. They're like holding hands and they're like, oh my goodness.
That sounds stupid.
I know. I really want to do this. I want to make a
music video of people listening to my song.
I want to make a parody of that music video. But instead of I'm gonna have everyone just like hating the song, just like listening and just being like straight face.
You started off like with like it's like black screen, white text, and it's like we sat Clifford's friends down to listen to his song for the first time. And it's everyone like you need to have someone like do this and like they have fake puke in their mouth and it like spews out everywhere.
I don't know if I'll do that. I want to make it look realistic. So it's like, oh man, do these people really hate the song?
Just have like half a second of like me pulling a gun out, like, but like obviously cut it off. But like,
I want to do it. That would be like one of the easiest music videos ever.
That'd be really funny, actually.
I don't know.
That's sad to hear, man.
Yeah, I know. I'm still curious to hear the album.
It makes me want to not listen to the song.
The song is interesting. It's a different. It's definitely a new era for them. It's kind of like full band acoustic now.
Sounds like Mumford & Sons. All
Yeah.
right. Yeah. Oh.
It's like an in between like Wilder Mind and their early stuff.
Gotcha.
So
yeah, we'll
yeah.
see. I'm always like vaguely curious as to like this nostalgic connection I have to their first like two albums. I'll always like even Wilder Mind to an extent. But I don't know. Ever since Delta, I've just been like, I don't know. Do I care anymore?
Delta was good, and it had some great moments on it.
Stop lying.
But
I'm just kidding. No, it has some alright stuff on it.
I mean, the title track is like one of my all-time favorite Mumford tracks.
Yeah,
honestly.
I think I remember really liking that one. I have not listened to it since it came out.
I mean, I understand.
Yeah, not out of spite. I just forgot. I just kind of like I just moved on and like forgot.
Yeah,
about
you
them.
had no attachment.
Yeah.
I was just listening to our Mumford & Sons episode from a while back, and just
Was I
listening
like
to
they suck now? I hate them.
No, you're just like I just don't really care about Delta. Really.
Yeah, I feel like my sentiment is still the same. Where I'm like, maybe I don't really care about them now, but I still have this like gratefulness to them because I think they really got me. They like really bridged me into like discovering like music that I still like today.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh yeah, for sure. And kind of brought us together in a way too.
Yeah.
I mean, they were very
when we met, I think I still like really loved them.
yeah,
like,
and they were very instrumental to like Sherwood Forest and
Yeah.
the music we played.
I like called them my favorite band like in high school
Yeah.
at some point. And I was like, oh man,
They were for the longest time. I just don't know anymore.
Yeah.
Especially now since, when the whole thing with Winston,
Yeah.
So I have a feeling that because he did write some of the music, so maybe just like with him gone, that it's just gonna be not as good.
I mean, sometimes it's just you only got a certain amount of stuff in you before you start repeating yourself.
Yeah,
like,
it has been like
no,
5
that's
years.
Not like a diss on Marcus. I'm not saying he's not talented, but like sometimes you're good at.
I liked
sometimes
Marcus's.
you're good at a couple things.
I liked his solo album.
Yeah.
It wasn't fantastic, but I liked it.
Yeah.
But it's been like 5 years since Delta, which is crazy.
That is wild.
We'll see.
Seems like so long ago.
Sorry, we kind of just went on a little
Anyways.
tangent there. But yeah, that's something I have to look forward to this year.
Yeah.
I want it to be good. But
Yeah,
we'll
I'll
see.
check it out. I will.
Yeah.
I gotta.
They just had to make the most lame music video ever.
Yeah, that's really funny.
Like the Mumford & Sons, they literally have some of the best music videos I've ever seen. Like the one with Idris Elba,
Yeah.
the Lover of the Light. I remember that
That is
video
a
made
good
me
one.
cry.
Yeah.
But this one, it just made me angry.
Yeah, they had like $20.
Yeah,
Who knows?
pretty much. Anyways,
My number 3.
number tres for you.
So my number 3 album of 2024 is A Very 1999 Christmas by Jay Schlatt. No, I'm just
What?
kidding. No, it's,
What even is that?
No, it's not. I'm totally kidding. That's not. Have you heard
The
of
streamer?
that YouTube? Yeah, the YouTuber guy.
Yeah.
He like put out.
Is it like a very Frank Sinatra style kind of?
I'll actually like go into this for like 1 minute just because I find it funny. I don't follow this guy. I've like heard about him.
Oh my goodness, he's got like millions of views.
I've seen a couple things involving him, but like I'm just like he's not.
Yeah, some videos I see
not
of
his
him, he's really
demographic, but I
funny.
know who he is, and I
He's
saw,
funny.
And I remember when he put out the Frank Sinatra thing because people kept making AI videos with like his
the
voice.
My Way.
So he was like, he kind of was like, you know what, this is annoying. So he like sang and like an actual, he actually
Yeah, and
covered
it was
with
good.
his voice. And
I've
it was
heard
pretty
it.
good.
It's pretty great.
And I was like, I respect that. He's like, you know what? Stop making AI stuff with my voice. I'm just gonna sing for real. And then that like totally like overshadowed all the AI.
And then
stuff.
YouTube like took it down because of the copyright.
Because it was instrumental. So he spent like $100,000 to like get an actual band and like composers and arrangers, and like he got like the vocal coach that like trained people like Billie Eilish and stuff to like help him train his vocals.
wow.
And it's not comedic, it's just a straight
Just a
Christmas
straight
album
up
with like Frank Sinatra style instrumentation,
Very
full band
1999.
orchestration. And I listened to it and I was like, this is actually kind of good. Like he sounds pretty good.
I wish I knew
It was-
about this. I would have jammed this over Christmas.
It was like you could play it for your family and they would just think it's like old Christmas music.
I remember I actually played the My Way cover
Yeah.
for them.
It's like, so this is just like that, but like better because it's like professionally, it's all original arrangements recorded in a studio, and
Awesome.
So it was funny, but like it's just old Christmas covers.
That's great.
Basically.
So that's your number one, though, right?
Oh yeah, no, it's not on my list, but I wanted to jokingly bring it up so I could at least kind of mention it because I was I accidentally saw it again when I was going to my current number 3, and I was like, oh yeah, that was technically 2024.
That's funny.
All right.
Anyways, your real number 3.
Anyways, after that trash, my real number 3 is gonna be a little throwback. I've never had them as a favorite album before because they don't really put out albums a lot. They usually just do singles and EPs. But my number 3 of 2024 is I don't know how you would say this, AAA, triple A. I don't know.
The Car Insurance?
I'm just gonna call it triple A because the album is just 3 A's. It's triple A by Hyoku and Sunset Roller Coaster. Sunset Roller Coaster.
Yeah, because
they have that EP that I was like obsessed with. I mentioned it in an old episode forever ago, and I remember.
And you forgot about it for a while.
I forgot about it. You mentioned it to me again, and I was like, I totally forgot about this. I got obsessed with it again, and then I actually dove into their discography, and I've kind of kept them in the loop since, and I haven't let them be forgotten. They put out an album. It's almost cheating to consider an album, but it is legally considered an album by streaming. And I say it is.
Why?
I say it's tricky because one of the songs is just another song off the album, but like slowed down, like a lot.
Oh.
And then another one, like it almost feels like there's like 4 or 5 like real full songs, and then one's just like another song but slowed down, and then another one's like kind of like a live thing. It's weird, but it's an album, and I'm considering it one.
Okay. I mean, I can't refute it. I don't. Yeah.
It's like, I mean, I'm just gonna consider it one. It's 8
Hey,
tracks.
if I can have an album that has just one track on it,
and it's
I'll
40
allow
minutes,
this.
so it's like it's album length.
Yeah.
Too. So it's 8 songs. So, but I don't know. Hyoko is but it's a collab album, and the album art is like all them sitting on a mountain together.
Yeah, I got it.
You got
up.
it? Yeah, but this is like a really pleasant surprise because I got really into Sunset Roller Coaster technically forever ago because I found a random EP I loved by them and listened to a lot of other EPs. Yeah, so good. And they're a Taiwanese band, and the Apple has the genre as Korean rock, but they sing in English, which I find interesting too.
Isn't it just rock then?
Just rock.
Why does it have to be Korean rock?
Exactly.
Just because it's in a Korean language?
That's right. Well, it's not. It's technically in English. So
okay.
It's even more ironic.
Well, I'll shut up then.
But yeah, this album's so great. It has they're like pretty lengthy songs. Obviously, kind of going back to the My Jinji EP, they have a lot of. I love their production style as a band, like the guitar tones they use, just really, really good tones and nice ethereal production. But this one kind of fuses it with jazz a lot. So like saxophones will start coming in and flutes, and you get this like kind of almost big band feeling throughout, and lots of cool like saxophone solos and stuff. And the album just sounded so great. It's kind of a mix of it's kind of like a mix of this very spacey, psychedelic rock mixed with like jazz fusion almost. It's a really cool mix of sounds.
Makes sense.
Yeah, and I love it. It's so good. It's one of my favorite things they've done. Up there with like My Gingy, even though it's like a 3-track EP. But this is just so great. The first 3 songs are my favorites. And yeah, it's just a really good listen. I played it when we were driving up to Abby's parents one weekend, and I was like, oh yeah, because Abby loves that My Gingy EP too, and I was like, oh, they have like an album out with this Hyoko artist who I need to like listen to and see what their sound is they contributed, but they look like they only have like one other album, but I gotta check that out. They're just labeled as rock, so who knows? But whatever their style is, just what an incredible combo of sounds. Like it sounded,
they do a good job.
I couldn't tell where one artist started and where one began, which is like I think that's like a cool thing for a collaboration album where they truly made it together rather than like this is their song, this is that artist's song, or like halfway through the song it just changes style completely and abruptly. This feels like a really good blend of a bunch of things very naturally, but it all sounds totally in line for what I know Sunset Roller Coaster to be. Yeah, and Sunset Roller Coaster, just a really cool band that I've followed. I don't know. I don't get the sense they're like insanely popular or anything, but
well, the My Gingy track has like over 100 million
really?
streams on Spotify.
That's cool. I didn't, because I feel like the last time I saw that it maybe had a couple million. I wonder if it blew up at some point.
Yeah, I don't know.
But that makes
big
sense
on TikTok.
for that to be their big hit. That makes sense to me. But their newest album, yeah, is just awesome. And I played it. I listened to it like maybe 6 or 7 times. Super good. Just
nice.
Really easy listen. The songs have such a good structure to them. I love when longer songs kind of take you on a bit of a musical journey. It's not just we're repeating the verse here, now we're repeating the chorus. Like, you're kind of going through it, and then whenever you listen to it, I'm waiting for the saxophone to come in, like near the halfway point, and for that solo. And there's a lot of good moments to look forward to in these songs. And I love when music feels like, oh, I'm gonna re-listen to this, and like the build up to like that moment you really love, you know?
Right.
That's quite a few of the songs on this album. Just completely floored by it. I feel like it'd be awesome to see this stuff live. But yeah, Sunset Roller Coaster, they're cool. Check them out. Pick a random album. I recommend the My Gingy EP and this new one, AAA. They have a lot of great stuff, but yeah, they're cool. That's all I got to say. AAA, cool. Baby.
Well, you're welcome for reintroducing them for you.
Yeah, I mean,
even though I haven't listened.
I mean, straight up, I like if you hadn't randomly brought it up, I don't remember how it got brought up. If we were,
it was on the show actually.
Oh,
because,
it was okay, cool.
Because we were doing that. We did the episode where it was that old Podwood Forecast episode where we were sharing our favorite music from 2018.
Yeah, okay.
Or was it 2017? I forget. But like I was rereading your list to you when we like did the outro to it, and you were like, "Oh,
yeah, okay, yeah."
It's like I completely forgot about them.
I haven't let them go.
Oh yeah, I like this.
Yeah, I wouldn't have found this album if I hadn't remembered them from that episode and then like kept them in my rotation. So thank you.
Thanks
for my number
Forecast.
3.
Podwood Forecast has done so much good for us.
Also, I just want to say I find it funny that the number 3 song, the third song, I know I said the number 3 song. The third track is called Antenna, and then the one that's like a really slowed down version of it is just called Antenna.
Yeah, I saw that.
It's funny. That's apparently one of the most played songs on the album. That's really funny.
What, the longer one?
The slowed down version, I mean, it's cool.
Probably,
it sounds like
it's probably a TikTok thing.
I mean, it sounds like like I would compare it to like an instrumental off of like Kid A or something. Like it just sounded like when it started playing, I was like, this is like really cool ambient music. But then I started hearing things and I was like, I think this is just a slowed down version of Antenna. I wasn't really looking at the song titles. So I'm like, it's kind of a cool, like they kind of repurposed it in a cool way. So, and it's funny. So anyways, that's all I got.
It made me lol.
LOL, bro.
들어주셔서 감사합니다. 현재 계신 곳은 가스 스테이션 1층 109 앞입니다. 주요 시설은 다음과 같습니다. 1층에는 라운지, 레코딩홀, 폰트홀, 화장실, 기계실 2층에는 레코딩홀, 스튜디오 B, 휴게실, 편집실이 있습니다. 오늘도 행복한 하루 되시길 바라며 감사합니다.
Cool. All right. Well, since you're gonna mention, some very pretentious Korean music,
Taiwanese, thank you. It's called. I mean, I guess it is.
I thought you said Korean.
The
said
Apple
Korean
Music,
rock.
Apple Music has it listed as Korean rock. Maybe Hyoko is a Korean band, but I know Sunset Roller Coaster, they're Taiwan. They're from Taiwan.
Oh well, I'm sorry. I've offended everyone.
That's okay. Everyone's gonna kill you now.
Well, anyways, with my number 3, if you would have told me before this year that this artist was going to be this high up in my list, I would have found it hard to believe at first. Because this artist, I've had a sort of love-hate back and forth relationship with, where they're kind of a guilty pleasure at this point, where like sometimes they'll release stuff where it's like, oh, this is really fun, and sometimes they'll release stuff and it's like, it's kind of cringy. But they made this album, and it kind of took me by surprise. And so my number 3 is The Process by Judah and the Lion.
Oh yeah, okay.
Become driving around east of our downtown. Every black Jeep that I see's making me turn around. And I'm trying to let you go, but I don't know how. I never like to be alone with the ghost in our house. And I try to let you know that you don't really need the space. You thought that I would smile as I watch you walk away. And all our friends try to get me to explain. I just wanna hold her close, tell her everything will be okay. I just wanna hold her close. I'm in denial. It's been a while since you checked in with me.
Yeah,
I was like, who could this be? And I was like, okay. I'm trying to
so
think,
you understand.
I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to gauge my familiarity with Judah and the Lion, because I know that band name, and I'm like, is it because I've listened to them, or just because you have mentioned them to me?
I don't. It could be either.
I'm like, I'm not. I don't think I've like actually listened to them, but I totally know about them for some reason.
Well, they started out in the the indie folk scene. Christian indie folk scene, as a matter of fact. That's how I discovered them.
Yeah, I think you've definitely like mentioned them to me several times.
Yeah. And when I was actually a very early fan, like before they even released their first like full-length debut. So
Dude,
that'll show all you Judah and the Lion stands.
They have an album called Folk Hop and Roll.
Yeah.
Why is that album art is really bad?
that's the thing, is that
the other album arts are cool.
They got really popular.
Yeah.
I think they like toured with 21 Pilots one year, and they've transitioned from like a pretty strictly folk band to what their sound is now, which is it's a combination. It's mostly like pop, rock, with some elements of folk mixed into it.
You know when they put out the album art with the bright gradient pattern on it, that they're going a little different.
They're getting a little experimental. And they did, because before this, it's like, oh, this song is kind of cringy. It was like, oh, but I like this. They haven't made a full album that I could like fully enjoy in a long time until this one. And I think the reason is because they got really focused on a concept, and they got really, pretty authentic, because basically this album is it is a concept album, but it is, well, I mean, can you call it a concept? It's not like a
What's
story.
the concept?
So basically, this whole album is Judah, their lead singer, Judah
Lion?
Lee. Basically, what?
I was like, and the lion?
Yes.
Is he part of it too?
Yeah, the lion's there too. It's
about
funny because they used to not be, but they're now a duo. So I guess they are now, Judah and the Lion.
Interesting.
Basically, this whole album is Judah going through the grief of his divorce.
Oh, okay.
He was divorced very recently, and the theme of this whole album is grief. And if you go look at the track listing, the whole album is broken up into different sections, and they're broken up by these interlude tracks that are the different stages of grief. You have denial, anger,
I hate you,
bargaining,
die, what?
depression.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I was just totally joking. It doesn't say that.
What? Stop lying.
Acceptance, long dark night.
And
Dang,
acceptance.
There's a lot of songs on here.
It is. It is a long album. It's a whole hour. So yeah, that kind of goes against what you were saying about shorter albums this year.
Yeah, true.
But I think it's pretty good.
Oh, and it's called The Process. I get it. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So yeah, the whole theme is grief, and one of the things that it addresses some really interesting things about grief, because obviously, this is not the grief of like someone who's died.
Yeah.
The thing is
grief
that like
of like a relationship.
Right. Yeah. Grief doesn't always have to be about someone who's died. It can be about, like the loss of a job.
Yeah, just loss of something.
Yeah. This divorce was obviously very real for him. And it's really interesting because like in each section, all the songs in that section have to do with that stage of grief. Like denial, anger has a lot of more angry songs. Mm-hmm. Bargaining has a lot more like kind of desperate songs. Depression is very low point kind of songs. But one thing that they address in the album is that it's like, yeah, while this album is very structured, grief is never linear. You kind of go from one stage and then skip ahead to another stage, and then you're back at another stage.
Yeah, it doesn't have to play out in like the well-known order.
Right, yeah, but they're just kind of in this order just for the sake of the album.
Yeah.
But I appreciate how they address that. But I'm a big sucker for when an artist gets like real and raw and
I love when an artist
honest.
gets divorced and makes like good, it makes good music.
I mean, a lot of the best art comes from darkness in our lives.
Star Wars. Star Wars. That was divorce. That was like divorce art, right?
Was it actually?
Wasn't he like being divorced?
I don't know. Divorced? I'm not a Star Wars.
Maybe he wasn't. I don't know.
It could be. Maybe. I don't know. You look at George Lucas and it looks like he gets divorced every year.
Yeah.
He just looks like a divorced dad.
Did Martin Scorsese have a divorce movie?
Probably.
Yeah. Anyways, sorry, not to make like a joke.
It was silence.
Yeah, my lord.
That's what that movie's actually about.
That's upsetting.
No, it's Taxi Driver. Anyways, so yeah, so it's not really even just the themes of this album. I actually really do like the sounds of this album. It feels a lot more focused than previous albums because they like to. I respect the fact that they like to try different stuff, but sometimes it's just like guys, just pick a sound, just pick a theme musically for your album and just stick to it. And I think they did a really good job with this one.
Nice.
I like a lot of there's a lot of really good synth work in this album. And honestly, I can't lie. There was a couple points in this album where it kind of makes me pretty emotional and kind of teary-eyed. 'Cause not only, it's not just like, the whole album obviously isn't just like heavy and like dark, because in the end there is a character arc, there is some redemption in the end, and it's quite,
I could kind of tell by like the song titles too,
right? Yeah, with like acceptance, you know, and it's almost like a 3-act structure, and it's
sweet surrender.
It's quite beautiful actually. And I don't know if they're ever really gonna get to this point again, just this kind of high standard, but you know, I was a big fan of their debut album, Kids These Days. This might be better than it in a way, because just like thematically, it's just it goes really hard. So I don't know. There's not a whole lot more to say about it, except even though it's long, I never really feel the length. There might be 1 or 2 tracks that like I could maybe do without, like Son of a Gun. I don't know. Kind of just feels like it's supposed to be edgy. For
Son of a gun.
Just being edgy's sake.
Yeah.
Kind of the same thing for FLA. But I don't know. This album took me by surprise.
Heck yeah.
But I had the album on repeat for a lot of the year. And I was like, man, I'm still listening to this album. Like,
nice.
What the heck?
I'll give it a little peep. It sounds cool.
Yeah, I would understand if you wouldn't like it.
Yeah.
I could understand why anyone else would say that they don't like it. But it's like a subjective thing.
Yeah.
But me personally,
of course,
it kind of crossed enough of the check boxes for me to make it a really good album. So
I'm trying to remember what was I'm trying to remember the one artist that was it no, not Petey?
Yeah.
That was like your favorite album last year. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did I ever tell you I like listened to that a few times?
Oh, I think you did, actually.
And I like loved it.
Yeah.
I thought it was super good. So
he's coming out with a new album this year.
Oh, cool.
I'm so excited.
Yeah, I really liked it.
Great.
So I was like, yeah, this is really good. So I'm definitely gonna keep an eye on him.
Honestly, I could see like Judah and the Lion and Petey like going on a tour.
Yeah.
It kind of has a similar vibe.
So believe it or not, I do have faith in your taste sometimes.
Yay, sometimes.
So I'll peep it. I'll give it a peep. Also, it was not Star Wars when George Lucas was being divorced. Him and Spielberg were both getting divorces during the Temple of Doom. Which, depending on how you feel about that movie, is a good or bad thing. But I think good on you for getting divorced. That movie slaps. As dated as it can be, the movie rocks.
Yeah.
But yeah,
if you
divorce, that's the divorce movie of all time. I
haven't seen it in forever. But yeah, now that you mention it, I do remember that fact.
I always forget about that. Both getting divorced.
Yeah.
Spielberg was just like, just do whatever
let's
you
make
want.
a movie.
He just told George Lucas to do whatever he wanted, and he was like, okay, let's be as offensive as possible. And,
I want to rewatch
be really violent and like just grotesque.
Yeah.
It's crazy. That movie's crazy.
Because I think Red Letter Media did a video of it on it like not too long ago. And it's like, it kind of makes me want to rewatch it. Because I think I watched it like once, like years ago.
Yeah.
And I've never really been an Indiana Jones guy.
Like, it's a bit of like, yikes with some of the stuff in it. But like, the set pieces and filmmaking of it are just like too good. It's fun. Anyways,
that's my number 3, the Indiana Jones, and
that's my number 2 album of the year is Indiana Jones and the Temple of Indiana Jones.
The Temple, of Indiana Jones and the
Temple
was an Indiana
of the
Jones
Process video game last year that I really want to play.
I've seen clips
because it's apparently better than the new movie. So, anyways,
well,
off topic.
That won't take much.
No,
but
no.
Cool. Yeah, that's my number 3, The Process. Lion in the Judah.
Lion in the Judah.
Let it go. I can't
sorrow. To the great beyond and the great unknown. I'll let my spirit ascend. I'm already home. I'll let my spirit ascend. I'm already home.
All right, my number 2 album of the year. I mentioned it. I think I recommended it on an episode when it came out. I was like, this rocks. This will probably be on my list. And it was.
Whoa.
My number 2 album of the year is Songs of a Lost World by The Cure.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
I kind of thought that this might be on your list.
Yeah. This album is so good, man.
I regret that I haven't listened to this album yet.
You'd
I
like
wanted to though because I
definitely like
the one
it.
song because you did have this as a recommendation and I really liked the song that I think it was Alone.
Yeah, the opener. That's the one where I'm like Clifford would like want to make a song that sounds like this. If you it's like big. It's just, it takes like 5 minutes for the vocals to come in. And it's just like big bass synth, like huge drums. Like it's so atmospheric.
Yeah, I
so
regret that
good.
I haven't listened to this yet, but I want to.
If you like that first song, you'll like the whole album for sure. But it's great. The Cure. I'm a little undereducated with the Cure's discography as a whole. Like there's a lot of Cure stuff I haven't listened to. I've listened to The Head on the Door, Kiss Me, Disintegration. And then I have listened to Songs of a Lost World, and I've heard like a few random songs from like their self-titled, but I haven't listened to like a lot of Wish. So there's like a couple albums like I don't really know anything about, but I know like the quintessential stuff.
Right.
But yeah, Songs of a Lost World is so good, and it just the crazy thing about it to me, they hadn't put out an album since 2008, which was 413 Dream. 2008, dude. Like I think I was in junior high. 2008, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, I would have been like junior high when that album came out.
Yeah.
So I'm like, man, that's a long time to just like not make music, and then suddenly they drop an album, and it's honestly like, I mean, I don't even know how to like rank their albums because I just like all of them. I don't really think about the ranking necessarily, but it just feels like another one of their albums. It doesn't feel like when an artist goes away for a long time and they have a comeback and it's like clearly not as good, but it's like, oh well, good job, good, pretty good,
right,
they're old, it's fine, it's not bad. It doesn't feel, it just feels like part of their old catalog kind of. And Robert Smith sounds exactly the same. He is an old wrinkly boy. His hair looks,
that's what I want to be.
He is a wild,
be an old wrinkly boy.
And he sounds exactly like he did almost from like.
Well, he was on the
from like the 80s.
Gorillaz track.
Yeah,
he sounded great in that.
And it's funny, he sounds younger on this than in that single too. It's weird. He was doing a very interesting like. I love him on that song.
Yeah.
But yeah, this album, he just sounds like he always has, and the song, it's 8 songs. It's 50 minutes, so they're pretty long songs.
Yeah.
But yeah, just 8 tracks. I love all of them. Alone, A Fragile Thing, War Song, an End Song, I Can Never Say Goodbye. The opener might be my favorite. I really love A Fragile Thing. it's just hard to like. Not a single one of them I dislike or think is skippable. I think it's just a really good, solid 8 songs, you know. And for a comeback album, it doesn't even feel like a comeback album. It just feels like their next album that came out.
Don't call it a comeback if they never left.
But, yeah, but
they did.
But it's just awesome, and I've never like. It makes me want to go back and listen to The Cure more. Because I've always liked The Cure, but I've never like really intensely listened to them with like a lot of intention. I've always just like heard their music, listened through an album, been like, that sounded sick, that was great. But I never like, you know, focused on their writing too much and stuff. And this was just like, it was like a cool, beautiful album. A lot of big emotional ballad sounding songs, you know, nothing like super upbeat and like happy sounding necessarily on the album, but a lot of emotion, a lot of atmosphere. It just totally feels, it's like different. Like it doesn't just sound like they're treading old ground, but it sounds perfect for them.
Yeah.
You know, like if they had put out another album, like this is the sound they would have gone to.
Yeah.
So it feels like a perfect evolution. Like there was no time in between their previous releases. And yeah, I was just really impressed. And I just loved every song, and it was great. And it was one of my highest listened. It was definitely one of the albums I rotated the most throughout 2024. And really glad I gave it a shot, because it gave me a lot more respect for them. And I feel like I'm going to get into a lot of their older stuff a lot more. And yeah, it just felt it just felt like rediscovering an artist that I like really loved, you know, and forgot about. And now it's like revitalizing them for me. So it gave me a new album, but it's also, I felt like it gave me a lot of old stuff to get excited to go back and revisit too, which is a fun feeling. Like when David Bowie like put out his last album, that's like, we're gonna listen to old stuff now, and you're like, oh god.
I was gonna compare it to David Bowie, because I love it when an artist, even if it's been a while since they've released music, they just come out with something new, but it's like a new like reinvention of themselves.
Yeah, like Black Star for Bowie is like, it's like the album before that, it's like, all right, this is like, you know, it's older Bowie, it sounds like Bowie, really good. Like The Next Day or whatever, like really good album, but it's kind of what you would expect from an older Bowie. And Black Star was just like, what the heck? And it was so good, like just like up there for my favorite of his. And he was making it literally while he was dying, you know. So it kind of gives me a similar feeling.
Maybe The Cure's dying.
God,
all of them.
Yeah, if they put that album out and then Robert Smith died like a week later, like Bowie, I probably would have like freaked out. But this album is luckily.
I guess
not
that's what you got to do to make your best album.
Yeah,
you got to die.
Yeah,
and get divorced.
Luckily, Robert Smith, the lyrics do not hint that he knows he is about to die soon. So.
What about I Could Never Say Goodbye?
Oh, man. Never mind.
Nothing is forever.
Shoot.
A fragile thing.
My body is a fragile
End song. I'm just going to keep it going.
Okay, maybe he's dying.
You heard it here first, folks.
Robert Smith is secure at his villa in France. Every child knows how to do the spider web dance. From Goths.
Oh, yeah.
He name drops Robert Smith.
Wait,
Goths.
what song is that?
It's from Mountain Goats. It's
what song? Why am I not remembering?
I don't remember the name of the song. Robert Smith is scared as villa in France.
Andrew Eldridge. Is it Andrew Eldridge?
All of us
is
are
moving
gonna
back
have
to
to find a job because the world forgot about Gene Loves Jezebel. That one.
Oh.
Shelved? Forgot. I can't remember.
Oh yeah, that's the last song.
No, Shelved is the last one. Maybe that is it.
Whatever.
Yeah, whatever. Anyways.
Well, cool.
Robert Smith, we love him.
Yes, we do.
What's your number 2?
My number 2 is an artist that you know, but you obviously didn't. I don't know if you didn't listen to this album or you just didn't really care. But my number 2 is Clancy by 21 Pilots.
Diese kleine unheimliche Insel hat mich zu einer Waffe gemacht. Wir glauben beide, cette petite île est trop jeune pour là. Cette île est pour changer les noms de cette
Welcome back to Trance.
I listened to it.
Yeah.
It was pretty good. I kind of forgot about it. When I oh my lord, I can't talk. Porky Pig moment. When I listened to it, I kind of felt like I wasn't crazy for it the first time I heard it. It had some really good songs. To me, I felt like it didn't even like brush close to Trench, which I know is kind of like an annoying thing to compare to at this point.
It's not as good as Trench,
but and I wasn't trying to compare it the whole time. But I do think like the first few songs, I was like, "Ooh, I'm into this. This might be great." And then I kind of felt like it was a little front loaded, but it wasn't bad. None of the songs annoyed me, which is good. Like they didn't like revert back to their old stuff. That kind of annoys me. I think I was just a little underwhelmed, like production wise, in the latter half of the album. But I also only really listened to it like once and just never really gave it another shot. So
this was an album
I'd be willing to give it another chance, because I feel like I went through that with Trench, where I was like, it's okay, and then I just like slowly was like, no, this is really good.
Here's the thing. Yeah, it's not as good as Trench. Trench is still my favorite from them.
Yeah.
I still really like this album, and it did have to kind of grow on me for me to realize how much I liked it.
Yeah.
And I realized that I can't really compare this album to Trench because it's not the same kind of album.
Yeah, I think the only reason I did, because it was like advertised as like kind of a sequel to it, which gave me
it's got like the Welcome Back to Trench.
Yeah,
but
so I was like, ooh, but
I would concur that this, for me, because Trench is kind of a concept album.
Yeah,
Clancy, to me, it's kind of like, for me, it's kind of like 21 Pilots' Song Machine, where Song Machine by Gorillaz is more of a great collection of really good songs.
Yeah.
Rather than being
like
a full concept.
What was the song that's more like a punk song on this one? Was that Next Semester?
Yeah. There's Next Semester.
That one got me like super excited for the album.
Yeah, Next Semester is one of my favorites. And then what was the other one? That's Navigating is also kind of more.
I feel like I really liked Backslide too.
Backslide is really good.
Routines in the Night.
Yeah,
I think I had a similar experience, because I remember the first time I listened to Trench, the opener, I was like, this is so good. And then none of the other songs really went that hard, but then I just kind of grew to appreciate the other songs.
Yeah.
And I think for this one, I kind of went through a similar thing where I felt like the album peaked really early, and then I just sort of lost interest. And also, like, I didn't like Scaled and Icy. So I was just
me neither.
I was like, how am I feeling? But I'll be honest, there's still a couple songs on Scaled and Icy that I think are cool too. Like, I like that Shy Away song.
Shy Away, yeah,
I think
it's a good
cool.
opener.
The other
that Shy Away song.
Saturday is annoying though.
Oh yeah.
But like Scaled and Icy had songs that annoyed me. This one really didn't. I thought it was pretty good. I didn't think of it hard enough to give it an honorable mention. I feel like at one point I was like, maybe I should, and I was like, I only really listened to it like once.
See, yeah.
I kind of forgot.
If you've only listened to it once, I don't blame you for your thoughts on it.
Yeah.
But I kind of realized that I just kind of kept coming back to this album, and I realized I'm pretty sure, even though this is my number 2, this is probably my most listened to album of the year. And I mean, it's mostly because my number 1, and we'll get into it. My number 1 is a little bit more heavier and not as easy to just kind of turn on.
Yeah.
This one it's just full of bops. And like they're really just strong, a bunch of strong, really solid songs. And
did it chart? Was it like, did it chart at all? I felt like it went really. I feel like every album they put out at least has like a big hit. And I remember listening to it, and I was like, and this isn't even an insult. I kind of like this about it, but I was like, none of these stick out as like an obvious hit, if that makes sense.
You mean like a radio hit?
Yeah, like something that would like be
I don't know.
the one song.
And I guess
listens
Trench
to.
didn't really have that either.
Trench didn't really. Maybe like what's a good example from Trench?
Maybe Routines in the Night could have been a big hit.
Like
a lot of people's favorite is Routines in the Night.
I feel like My Blood kind of came across as like a hit, but not
Chlorine,
but
I
not
guess.
in a way where it was crafted to be one. That's what I like about Trench. I feel like Scaled and Icy, they kind of went back to like they tried to craft like a big hit, like a big single. Especially with Saturday, and I was just like, no. And I will say with this album, it feels like they weren't like intentionally trying to craft like a top 40 hit.
Yeah.
Because they like self-reference, like, oh, you're not gonna listen to this on the radio.
Well, with every album, there's all those like references, and there are bigger 21 Pilot fans than me that they're in tune with all the lore.
They became like a big top 40 band for a while.
Yeah.
But yeah,
and they've kind of like. They haven't become less popular, really, but they're just like less in the limelight.
Really
yeah, and you know, I think they're really comfortable in that now, where they're not like I don't know, Imagine Dragons level or anything.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like they sold out, you know.
Right. So,
which I still appreciate about them. Like, even if I'm not like super crazy for it, I'm like, well, I still like get what they're doing, and it doesn't feel shallow. Like I remember I was like reading comments and stuff about the album on like a Reddit or something, and I'm like, well, it's cool that they're still making music that people are like theorizing and like digging into the story and like these characters that reoccur. I'm like, it's like they clearly have their fans and are giving them stuff to chew on rather than just like whatever, let's just put out some like slop about partying on Saturday or something, you know.
Yeah, I don't know. It's I think it's a really strong album for me, and I guess I also have a special connection to it because the night it premiered, 21 Pilots had this sort of live stream on their YouTube channel where here's for those of you who don't know, they made a music video for every single song on this album.
Oh.
And so when the album debuted, they had this live stream where they
is that
played.
where the Song Machine comparison kind of comes in too? Because they kind of did that for Song
yeah,
Machine.
Kind of
like a new music video for like every song about.
Yeah, I guess so. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but yeah, so they played every single music video except for the last one, Paladin Straight. They like saved that for like a special thing.
Gotcha.
Because
cool.
it was a very high production music video.
Yeah,
but that was really special to be able to watch that live stream because in between songs it would be Tyler and Josh just in front of the camera and just kind of like talking. It's also funny because they're live streaming and they're like, it's really late and I'm really hungry. And Josh is like, I'm going to go and make some cookies right now.
Yeah.
So
it makes me wonder, like, to me, it reads, I mean, with the Gorillaz comparisons, like a big thing about Gorillaz is like kind of picturing the band and, you know, this like community, like the community of like fans around it and like the music videos and the characters and stuff, like kind of alter the music a lot. I'm like, if I took a Gorillaz song and just like played it for someone who has no idea what Gorillaz is, they just think it's some like band or like artist, it could arguably come across as a lot less interesting to them.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, you're like with this community, you're watching this live stream and kind of more involved in like stories being crafted or the stories in the music videos and stuff, because I know even like Clancy was like a name mentioned in Trench and stuff, so there's like things to connect and draw bridges to. And I'm like, I think like if like that's like a big part of the music is like this conceptual like almost like fan base integration of like giving you things to like think about and like a story to connect and theories to craft about what certain things mean and stuff. And there's kind of this Gorillaz-esque fan base energy to them with this stuff. And I think like because I'm not a part of that and I just threw on the album and listened to it, like it probably, not to say like, you know, I'm
not really connected with all that either. I don't really understand a lot of the lore stuff.
Yeah.
I'm just enjoying the songs just like for the music, you know?
Yeah, and that's like not to say that even Gorillaz, like I just think that's good music even without all that. But yeah, I wonder if that's like a big part for a lot of people.
I would say I would recommend just like watching all the music videos just kind of in like track order. Not to say that every music video isn't like high quality. Some of them are a lot more simpler, of course, but it does bring a certain kind of connection to the songs, especially Oldie Station. I would recommend watching that music video. That one's a really special. It's a special song, but also a really special music video.
Nice.
But
and they're pretty lyrics focused too. And I honestly like I kind of just listen to the music. Like I didn't like. I feel like with Trench, like I appreciate a lot of the lyrics and like some of the backstory to them.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, maybe if I kind of gave it a little more effort, I could enjoy it more. So who knows? Maybe I'll come back and be like, oh, I love it now. But
I mean, I don't expect you to be like
middling.
Yeah, I don't expect you to be like blown out of the water by it, but
I do think there's a fair chance to be given to it.
Yeah,
which I can admit. So.
And I would also add that even though there's a lot of the obvious like Trench comparisons, but for me, this album is kind of like all the best things about their previous albums, like Vessel and Blurry Face, but improved on.
Nice.
Because, you know, Trench is, like, musically, it's kind of a very dark album, but Clancy isn't really all the way dark. It has a lot of, like, really bright points to it, and it reminds me of their earlier albums, and it feels like them taking the best parts of those albums, but making them better.
Yeah.
And also, shout out to Paul Meany, who helped produce this album as well.
Yeah. That was another reason I was really excited for it.
Yeah. Who actually is also releasing his own music now.
Oh, sick.
I think he has an album coming out this year.
Ooh.
But he's released some really good singles.
That's good.
But yeah, so he was involved in this, and so it seems that any time, because I don't think he was very involved in Scaled and Icy, and I think that was one of the detriments to the album.
I think he only produced like the last song or something.
Yeah, something
Which is
like that.
Of course, it's like one of the only songs with interesting production.
Yeah, so...
Yeah, I always felt like they should have just made him like a third member, like just make him the producer, you know, like permanently.
Todd Gummerman, who is a Mute Math guitarist, he tours as their guitarist, so...
Yeah.
So yeah, they just gotta be Mute Math 2.0 at this point.
Right, yeah.
But yeah, so I don't know. I really, really enjoyed this album, and it's my number 2, Clancy by 21 Pilots.
Here's my chance, time to take it. Can't be sure that I'll make it, even though I'm past the point of no return. I'm all in, I'm surrounded. Put my money where my mouth is, even though I'm past the point of no return.
So I guess we're on your number one, but you don't have to talk about it if you don't want to.
All right, yeah, I don't feel like it.
All right, my number one
kind of sucks. No, I can get into it. You've technically already brought it up a little bit, and I haven't mentioned it yet, so it's probably going to be obvious because I mentioned it to you several times before in the past.
Okay. I can't remember what we've already talked about.
You'll be like, oh, yeah. My number one album of 2024 is Foxing by Foxing. Foxing's self-titled.
Foxing by Foxing.
Yeah.
You only like it because it's foxes.
Yeah. If there's anything with the word fox in it, it has to be my number one every year, no matter what.
They took all your money, didn't they? They count the tired arms from the pool. They pissed on your dreams, didn't they? Wondered if you come back and give a little more. Make your mother proud, you've got to. Make your mother proud, you've got to. Sharpen those dead dreams, play them violently, and write them quietly. Secret history.
Wow, okay. Yeah, so it's your number one.
Why is the description for this album on Apple Music disorienting experimental rock that jumps out at you when you least expect it?
Because that's what it is.
That's like the genre. That's really
I don't
weird,
know.
I guess. Anyways, Foxing's self-titled. I'll be real honest about this album. It was a big surprise to me because I wasn't inherently expecting a whole lot from it. I like Foxing a lot. I think the Albatross is a cool album. Dealer's pretty good. Near My God was like their best album to me for a long time.
Yeah.
I love Near My God. I still love it. Near My God is awesome. That was a 2018 one. That was certainly in both of our like higher. That was in the higher end of both our lists that year, I'm sure.
Yeah. Well, when we did that revisit of that year, I totally forgot that album came out that year.
Yeah, 2018 was a good year, dude.
It was a good year.
That was a good year.
That's why we made a whole episode about it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I forgot that album. So
yeah, Near My
I felt
God,
really bad.
One of my favorites that year. And then Draw Down the Moon came out in 2021, and I was not crazy for it. I didn't love it. It was pretty good. It was all right. It had some really good songs.
Yeah.
But it was too dancey for me. It didn't have a lot of what I loved about Near My God, and it felt like they found like one sound and kind of stuck with it for a whole record, and it was pretty good, but a little underwhelming just comparatively. But I still liked it. I listened to it twice and never really went back to it. So I was a little skeptical for whatever they put out next, because I was like, oh, is this kind of just their sound now? Like they kind of took a few styles from Near My God and just focused on that. I felt like they lost some of that versatility sound wise. And then they announced they were doing like a self-produced, self-titled record, and I was a little like, I don't know. I hear like self-produced, and I get a little like, is it gonna sound cheap? Is it gonna sound bad? Like do you know how to produce stuff properly? I get a little judgmental when I hear that, because I think of like Manchester Orchestra as like Cope, which is self-produced, and that album just doesn't sound. Pretty good songs on that album. Some really good songs. but just mixing like production wise, it sounds
dynamically.
You can tell.
Yeah.
You can tell it's DIY.
Yeah.
Like some of the guitars, like they sound like they should be really loud, but they're just kind of not. You know, has that like flat feeling to it.
Yeah.
So I was a little skeptical when I learned it was self-produced, and then I listened to the album, and I was like, "Why is this their best produced album?" Like seriously, I think it's my favorite album of theirs.
Really?
And I know you said you weren't like as crazy on it.
Well,
it's still near my. It's not like oh, it blows near my God out of the water. It really doesn't. It's like it's either tied or right above it. But I think it's just as good, if not better. And I like it because it calls back even further to like some of their more like emo rock sounds, and they get a little like loud and crazy with it. It's like sounds from their entire discography, and it has a lot of songs in a row that are a little more of like kind of that Draw Down the Moon style, a little more like upbeat, you know, bright guitars and stuff. But songs like Hell 99 and like Spit and Greyhound and stuff, like all those like opening tracks, like the first 6 to 7 songs just in a row are like all just so good. And not to say it's front loaded, it is a little front loaded because all the best songs are in the first half, but I love the second half too. But I can see how people would say it's like a front loaded album because it kind of is. But I still love the whole thing as a package, but I love how it sounds. I like the weird album art.
Yeah, it's a great album.
It can be really groovy, super catchy, really bright and fun, but it can also be like really loud and visceral and like almost scary sounding. Very experimental for them in a way that didn't come across as like annoying or like poorly executed or misguided. And it doesn't feel like it's just retreading old sound or just copying what they've done before. It feels like an actual evolution, and I just love how it sounds. It's so loud. The guitars in it are crazy. The drumming is crazy. The vocal mix is so good and like clean and up front and loud and crazy, and sometimes it's atmospheric and just really, really cool listening experience. Like going through the whole record, I loved it. And there's a few songs on there that I played on repeat a lot. Like it was definitely my most listened to album that year. I really liked it. It made me go back and like listen to like Near My God again. I gave Draw Down the Moon another chance. It's still pretty good, but I don't love it. It's my least favorite. But yeah, I really, really liked it. It was really close to being my number 2. I almost made the Cure's album my number 1. Honestly, I could flip a coin any day and like not be in a
might feel differently.
I wouldn't be in a panic if I like switched it. You know, it's really close for me, but they're basically neck and neck. But I ended up going with Foxing just because it was longer. It was more of a surprise to me, which is ironic because The Cure putting out an album like 20 years later is like a big surprise. But
lots of surprises this year.
You know, it's like it's mostly surprising that it was just like a consistent good album from them. But for Foxing, it was like I expected a little less, and it kind of over delivered for me on what I expected from them.
It's a little too good, actually.
And yeah, I was like, man, this is like probably their best album. That's like how I felt about it.
Foxing.
But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I already talked about it.
It was like an honorable mention for you.
It was an honorable mention for you. My problem is, it's not Foxing. It's not you. It's me. I just haven't found a way to like really connect with it that much.
Yeah,
and I think it's mostly because, well, anytime I listen to it,
and I can admit too, like it's kind of a musical listen to me. Like lyrically, I don't think I've really ever paid too much attention to Foxing.
Right? Yeah,
it's just like sound wise, I was like, oh
yeah,
the
shining star is definitely like the production.
Yeah,
and I definitely like respect it. And I love it for that.
I can admit I'm not a lyrics first person a lot of the time.
Well, even just for me, just like the album as a whole, it just hasn't really clicked for me.
Yeah,
I felt kind of the same way with the Vampire Weekend album. But it's just like anytime that I sat down to listen, I'm just like, I just don't feel like I'm in the right headspace to really appreciate this right
Yeah.
now. So my prediction is that like not too long from now, I'm gonna start to like really love it. I was thinking about
I think if you like Near My God, I think it would make sense that you also like this one because I think in terms of like the variety of sound and like the style, it's the most similar to Near My God because like Draw Down the Moon was like kind of one consistent sound and a lot of their older stuff is more in that like rock kind of more emo-ish direction, and this one in Near My God kind of he's doing a lot of that falsetto singing, some more groovy songs, but they have some heavier ones that get a little louder. It's a good back and forth of that kind of style rather than just like one thing, you know.
I don't know. I was kind of thinking about it. You even referenced this album briefly. I was thinking about Goths by the Mountain Goats.
Ooh, yeah.
I did not love that album when it first came out. I was like, I don't get it. But as time went on, I was like, it eventually became my favorite Mountain Goats.
Yeah, it's my favorite too. It's just one of my favorite albums.
So this just could be a similar situation. I remember
sometimes the best albums take a while to hit, you know?
Yeah, and like it's not like anything that I've like what I've heard is like bad. Like I remember the first single came out with the music video to Greyhound, which is hilarious. You guys need to watch it because it's just them at some sort of like press release and no one's there.
Oh,
They're like, we're going to listen to the new track from Foxing.
Yeah.
And the whole video is just them sitting there doing nothing and just listening.
Was that
to
for
it.
Hell 99?
No, Greyhound.
Oh, Greyhound. Yeah,
and it's a whole 8-minute track.
Yeah.
And they're not doing anything.
Greyhound's such a good song too.
It is.
I think
really
Hell 99 is
it.
my favorite one though, just because it's like it's
very chaotic.
Yeah. So but I would say
I do like that track.
Hell 99 and Game Shark from Near My God. Those are like my two favorite Fox Shark might still be my favorite song. I love Game
this
Shark.
is a very normie take, but Near My God is definitely
that
my
one's so
favorite.
great too, but Game Shark, it's so chaotic.
It is, yeah.
That's definitely my favorite off that album.
I love
it. And I feel like the reason I liked the new one was because it tapped into the energy of that song a lot.
Yeah.
Just that craziness. And I like that he still does a lot. I love his falsetto singing is like so like cool to me. I don't know why. But
He's a great vocalist, kind of underrated.
Yeah, good singer. He can do like obviously he can sing normal falsetto, screaming. He's got a lot of ways to use his voice. So.
Yeah. There's a lot of things that I appreciate about the album, and I know I should love it, but I'm just not there yet. So one of these days I'll be like, nope, actually this is my favorite of the year.
Yeah, you never know. I mean, give it whenever you're feeling in the mood. Just listen to it in bits.
Yeah.
First time I listened to it, I listened to like the first 3 songs, and then the next day I like kind of just continued. Because I honestly like it's not an album, and I'm kind of with this with Near My God as well. There's just a lot going on in so many of the songs, and sitting down and just listening to a whole album of it from start to finish could be exhausting.
Yeah.
And I didn't really do that a lot with this album. I would go to certain songs and replay them. I didn't often just play it from start to finish all the time.
Yeah.
I did a couple times, but then mostly I was just going back to specific songs or chunks of the album. Like I'll listen to this first few songs, and then all right, now I'm working, and then when I'm driving home, I'll like put on the second half or something and do it that way. But yeah, listening to the whole thing from start to finish is like kind of feels like a project.
Yeah, and I think that maybe that's been my mistake because I was like, this is a very production heavy album, so I need to like sit and listen to it.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need to like study it with headphones or anything. I mostly listen to it in my car honestly, and like AirPods.
Yeah.
But I played it a few times while I was cleaning at home. I played it in my really nice like Bluetooth speaker, my Marshall speaker I have. It just sounds really nice, and I was like, dang, this is a good album, dude. Oh man. Lossless audio.
Wow.
But yeah, it's long. It's it's an hour, which I can, when your album reaches almost being an hour long, I consider that a long album. So
yeah,
that's
longish.
yeah, but good album, good record. Tied, or it's either my favorite or tied for my favorite from
For now,
them.
it's your favorite.
So yeah, but right now I feel like it's my favorite Foxing record, and maybe I'll listen to this one day and be like, what an idiot. But right now, that's how I feel. I mean, they're not like a top 10 band for me or anything, but I feel like I have often, I mean, this and Near My God have been like near the top of my favorites years they have dropped. So I'm like, maybe I need to like get really into, because yeah, Near My God and this one are the only records that I've been like deeply invested in listening to a lot. I like the Albatross and like whatever else, but I haven't like listened to them that deeply. I'm like, maybe I need to like. Maybe it's time I make them one of my favorite bands.
Maybe.
We'll see. Maybe those are the only two albums I'll ever feel that close to at all. But
sure.
But yeah.
Well, good. Congratulations.
Maybe I'll like read the lyrics next time I listen to it, because I don't. That's the one problem with me, is like when talking about music, like I have to talk about how it sounds. And
yeah, you're a vibes person first.
And it's ironic because my favorite
and I usually
band,
am.
It's ironic too, because my favorite band I like because of their lyrics mostly, which is Me Without You. Like I'm a lyrics first with Me Without You.
Right.
Or it's tied. It's equally important for me, but yeah, it's like a lot of my favorite artists are like I'm lyrically connected to, but sometimes I just kind of half pay attention. It's like I think how my brain works, I guess I'm going into this now for like 1 second, but because how my brain works is like if I like how an album sounds, then I will give it time and like pay more attention to the lyrics. But if I like don't like how something sounds, I guess my brain just doesn't want to waste its time. So
sure,
I guess I don't know. I'm a weirdo. I'm sure most people are like that, but no one wants to admit it. So I'm here to tell you that it's okay to be that way.
It's okay. Be like Mitchell.
It's like, I mean, I listen to like Number Girl and they're singing in Japanese. Like I have no idea what they're saying. I literally, a song I really love, I literally used for at my wedding when the party, like all of us like ran out into the reception area. The song that played was like a Japanese song, but I think it cuts up before the lyrics come in. But yeah, I'm a vibes guy, dude.
Yeah, I mostly am too.
So now I shut it down and lock it up. So I shut it down and lock it up.
Okay, I don't think the song's as good as it could be, but it's coming along.
Yeah. 17 songs to go. So we can make an album.
Anyways, what is your number one?
My number one. So, what's always a pleasant surprise? We're talking about surprises more. I love it when a number one album ends up being from an artist that I had not known of before that year.
That is always fun.
This is a new. I mean, same thing happened with Elbow, and now it's happening with this one. And to claim true hipster status, there's a big chunk of the tracks on this album that haven't even broken 1,000 streams on Spotify.
Dude, ultra hipster.
I know, right?
This band doesn't even exist.
Yeah, I don't have a number one.
My real no, never mind. I'm gonna wait to make that joke.
Okay.
Keep going.
Yeah. So my number one is an album called Interloper by Zane Vickery.
Thought I had you figured out. Thought that I could tear you down one doubt at a time. I've been known to go without. Mostly just pissed off, if not petrified. Be not apart from me. Be not apart from me. Thought that I could try to run. Thought that I could drown out your voice with
No idea.
Yeah, no, I don't expect you to. He's a very new artist. I was introduced to him from... I've got some friends that are over at the JesusFreakHideout.com.
Are they all in the right places? Do they know what you want?
Yeah, no, they're in high places.
Do they know what you want me to say?
Yeah.
I'm making a Manchester Orchestra joke.
Yeah, I know. I was trying to make another reference, be like, oh, do I want to do the Beatles? Like a little help from my friends. Shake It Off.
The Deer? Anyways.
It's an alien? No, so I have some friends in JesusFreakHideout.com that introduced me to this guy. This album hadn't even come out yet, but he had the single from this album called Hydrangea. And
well, it's a flower.
Yeah.
I know what that
Good
is.
job.
Thanks.
Yeah, a lot of flower themes in this album. And I remember listening to the track and just being like, this is really, really good. And then all of a sudden, this saxophone solo comes in. And I'm like, oh,
Dude,
yeah.
I'm like hype on saxophones right now. That's why
It's a very tasteful saxophone.
I think it's legitimately 70% of the reason that Sunset Roller Coaster album was so high for me, because like 3 songs had sax solos in them. Like, I just love saxophone right now.
Same here. Thing is that like I didn't expect it, because it's a very like atmospheric rock, indie rock kind of song. But then like this
is the sax prominent throughout the album, or
it comes in at the end and just kind of like, oh, okay,
that's cool.
So I was like, all right, I'm gonna pay attention to this guy. And then the album came out, and I was like, all right. I remember like I was like showering or something, like I'm just gonna put it on and just kind of listen to it, very casually. But something happened while I was just playing it while in the shower. I ended up
and fell and died.
Yeah, I slipped in the shower and I'm dead now. I'm a ghost now. I'm dead.
Sorry, I'm making too many jokes.
I'm trying to. We only have a certain amount of time.
Be genuine, my brother.
Okay. Thank you. Mm-hmm. I realized that I couldn't just listen to this album passively, because there was something about the sound of this album and the emotion in this guy's voice that it was. I'm gonna sound super douchey and pretentious.
Nah, be genuine.
But it was causing like almost like a physical, emotional reaction from me. There was some sort of emotion to this album that was like just affecting me offhand. And like I could feel it in my heart, and I'm just like, what is going on?
That's when you know you got a good one, you know?
Yeah, and
like those that's a very rare feeling for me with music that I feel like I haven't had in a while.
It was a very unique experience for me. I can't
Yeah.
say that I've really ever had that feeling before, and I was just like, okay, I gotta just sit down with this album and just listen to it. And it kind of makes sense that it was having such an emotional effect on me, because a lot of the major themes of this album is Zane Vickery just kind of going through basically a lot of grief in his life. He talks a lot about his upbringing, talks about his relationship with his dad. He even talks about how he was involved in this accident where I'm pretty sure he ended up accidentally killing a guy.
Ooh.
So yeah, there's a lot of that in him just also struggling with his faith.
It's a lot to unpack in one album.
I know. And it becomes very apparent in the music. And the music, it's a very I would liken it, it's kind of Manchester orchestra, atmospheric, full sound kind of indie rock, and he's got a great voice as well, a lot of emotion in it,
a lot of whole notes.
Yes. And just a lot of passion. What I will say, it's the whole album isn't all just heaviness and dark. It's got a couple of tracks in there that are just smack dab in the middle of it. The most streamed, I think it's the most streamed. It's one of the most streamed singles off the album, called Sad Dad's Club.
Oh my god.
It's a really fun track, but it's also a song that's about dealing with the anxiety that comes with being a father.
Yeah.
So, and then there's YDWMA, which is just You Don't Want Me Around. It's a fun punk rocker kind of vibe, but it's about I'm scared that you don't want me around.
Oh yeah.
So there's a lot of heaviness, and but it's heavy, but it's beautiful at
Very
the same
vulnerable
time.
record.
Yes.
I'm so scared. You don't want me around. I'm so scared. You don't want me
And it's for a guy that has, I don't even know how many followers. Okay, he's got over 1,000 monthly listeners.
Okay.
But he's not huge, of course. And like I said, this album, not all the tracks even broke 1,000 on
Pizza
here.
Hut box?
Yeah, that's
I just
that
see
was
your laptop.
the cover album for the Hydrangea single.
That's
for
awesome.
some reason, I don't know why.
I respect it.
It doesn't really fit the vibe, but yeah. So this album was a lot, and it just there is a lot of heaviness and a lot of sadness, but I love how the album it ends on a note of hope.
Nice.
And ultimate trust in God, and it's really beautiful, and it just just kind of took me like a storm, but also every song is just very memorable, which I commend it for that, because oftentimes when you have albums that have heavy themes and kind of have that dark atmospheric rock kind of sound, some of the songs can kind of meld into each other.
Yeah.
But thankfully, each of the songs I can, I have them in my head. I know what the chorus sounds like and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And you also kind of want to sing along with it as well. So yeah, I really want to meet this guy. It was just announced that he's actually going to be at Audio Feed this year.
Nice.
So I really want to have him on my show.
Heck yeah.
But yeah, it's just I've said this a lot this episode, but this album truly did take me by surprise, because I had no idea who this guy was, and I would not have expected his album to be my number one. So yeah, that's all I can really say.
Heck yeah.
Interloper.
I'm
by Zane
curious for
Vickery.
sure.
Yeah, dude, I would
Sounds
highly
like
recommend it.
Hoot and holler.
Like a fun time.
Yeah, sounds
I
wonderful.
mean, it kind of does remind me of like Black Mile to the Surface kind of vibes, you know.
It's
so,
weird. Like I saw like the picture. I looked him up on Apple Music to like save the album, and I like saw him, and I was like, he looks like he sounds like. Is his name Andy from the singer from Manchester Orchestra? Whatever. I was like, I was like, he looks like he sounds similar. I don't know why. He just kind of looks like a similar guy.
Nah,
I'm not saying he does.
yeah,
but I'm
voice.
just like,
he's got more of a like kind of a not like deep, but it's deeper than Andy's from Manchester Orchestra for sure, and it's kind of like a more deeper tenor kind of voice.
Gotcha.
So, but like musically, yeah, they could like he could go on tour with Manchester Orchestra for sure. So cool.
I couldn't let you go if I had to. Tell me how do I live if I don't have you?
Yeah, so that was my number one.
There
Go
it
listen
is.
to it.
It'll
give you joy.
My real number one.
No,
no,
you can't do that. That's cheating.
I have saved that. I'm gonna peep some of it because it sounds cool to me. I will listen. For
Yeah,
sure.
dude, I would recommend it. I think you would like it.
But my real number one, I'm kind of half joking. I obviously didn't include it because it doesn't make sense to include like a soundtrack that isn't on streaming or
Final
anything.
Fantasy.
Yeah. The soundtrack for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth might realistically be the music I listened to the most last year, which is kind of sad to admit. That because that album, I mean, it's not even an album. I have to like listen to it on like rips from YouTube because they haven't like necessarily posted the soundtrack. But the only reason I'm like even bringing it up is because the soundtrack got me to listen to a bunch of. I was like, you know what? I'm sitting here listening to jazz music that's from a video game and like Japanese fusion and stuff, Japanese jazz fusion. And I'm like, you know what?
Jazzanese.
I need to find some actual.
They
like,
should
jazz
just call
art.
it Jazzanese.
Yeah, exactly. But I was like, man, I need to just find like actual jazz music to listen to, and it like inspired me to like find a bunch of artists and just find music that clearly inspired the type of. It's not just jazz music in Rebirth, but but it's just so many genres of music throughout that like obvious orchestration. You have like crazy digital synth pop sounding stuff. You have legit jazz music, rock. Like it's a crazy one of the. Probably the most insane soundtrack I've ever heard in a video game, and I mean this. Like, I legitimately think that the quality of this soundtrack is, in terms of like soundtracks from media, for me, it's like Final Fantasy VII's soundtrack, including like the remake and stuff, and like Lord of the Rings. Like, it's seriously comparable to, like, the way they use themes for characters and locations and the melodies and how memorable it is. It's like the Lord of the Rings of video games when it comes to the scope and scale and, like, its soundtrack and how monumental it is to, like, the vibe of everything you're seeing. See, I was enamored with that soundtrack all year. And I'm not, like, really a guy that just sits and listens to video game music. It's not really what I do, but I couldn't help it with that.
Well, that's how you know that it's good.
So we'll pretend to throw that in there as a thing, but obviously I wasn't gonna like.
It's too late.
I wasn't gonna officially include that in my list because it feels a little insincere almost to like.
Well, it's just like how
include like a soundtrack to a
game
as like your
it's
album
different
of the year.
Because like you can't say that the composer or artist they're not like trying to make an album.
Yeah,
like they're not
exactly.
trying to make a purely listening experience.
Right.
It's supposed to complement more of a visual.
It's almost
experience.
interesting though, because Square Enix with like, especially with Final Fantasy, that's like why I like that series, because with every new game, it's like you get a new album as well, because every game is such a good soundtrack that you want to just listen to. And they put all their stuff on streaming, like all their music on streaming, and they like make albums out of them for you. So eventually, I mean, I haven't put it on streaming yet, but I'm like, eventually they like sold vinyls and stuff. But and I went and saw like the live orchestra with my wife in St. Louis as like a birthday present for her. And
that's pretty cool.
So yeah, I just love that music. But it's like, yeah, I don't know. I wasn't gonna include it though, because it felt a little too silly of a thing to do, because it's like, oh, my favorite album of 2001 was the Lord of the Rings soundtrack. You know, it's like your favorite movie can be elevated because of the soundtrack being so good, but I wouldn't necessarily separate it.
Right, yeah, that's the
I
other
can't separate
thing.
it completely.
Right,
know?
that's
some like
is the
character
other
themes
thing.
and location themes I love, because I also picture the characters in certain moments and stuff. But I feel like there's some songs I could just play for people and they'd be like, "That's good. Who's that?" You know. So that's a sign of a good soundtrack, is if you can play it without the context of the thing, and people are like, "Oh, that sounds cool. Who is that?" And I'll be like, "Oh, it's a Japanese composer. His name is Nobuo Uematsu." They're like, "Oh, how do you know about him?"
You just switch into a British accent.
And then I like shove my finger up my nose and say it's from a video game from 1995.
Why do you shove your finger up your nose?
I don't know. It felt like it. Okay.
This is what obstinate people do, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Anyways, that was a random tangent, but
well, we can
2024 years
include that in your honorable mentions.
Yeah,
That's an
sure.
honorable
Well,
mention
I'm
at
shouting
least.
it out just for the sake of it, but
Yeah.
But 2024, like overall, was I feel like I haven't had like a huge, like a massively memorable year for music, because I feel like I haven't been like seeking music very intently, which I feel like happens as you get older. You just grow so comfortable with what you know. And I've been guilty of that a lot mostly with music. And I got that with movies for a while, but I feel like I'm like getting back into the groove with that. But albums, it's like you share a space with like your spouse and like in the car and all that time, and you kind of end up just wanting to like I don't have a lot of stuff like just music like on my own anymore, which that's not a complaint at all. I think it's like a beautiful thing. But I do notice like I have grown a lot more comfortable, and I don't seek out new stuff as often as I used to.
Yeah.
And I think in 2024 I did that a little more, and it felt pretty good. And I think maybe this year I'll continue to branch out again, because I feel like I would like research and look up all the albums and watch reviewers and see what they were posting and make sure I was listening to like everything that seemed semi-interesting to me and like keeping log of it. And I think I have a bit less of a business mind about it now. And yeah, I don't know. I'm really curious.
Yeah.
I'm really curious what kind of stuff's going to come out.
I think for me,
2025.
it's a little the opposite, because not just for this podcast, but for my YouTube channel, it's kind of like what I have to do.
It's like a good
like,
motivator for you for like more of a purpose. You know?
Yeah,
I feel like
sometimes
for
it can
me,
be a
was
little
like,
overwhelming. Sometimes,
yeah.
but,
I feel like it got overwhelming for me, and I'm definitely not saying like, because I love talking on this podcast, and like it gives me a reason to do that. But if I didn't have this, I probably would be even worse about it and just like not even bother. But I like this gives me a reason to kind of, because I love, you know me, I'm a little less crazy about it now, but I always loved like making lists of all the pieces of media I made every year and like logging everything and like obsessively doing that. And I've gotten a lot more casual with it. But I do. At some point, I felt like I was trying way too hard for like literally. I'm like, I have all these detailed lists, but it's just for me. I'm not even like sharing it really. I'll come on here and say it, but I'm like, what? I'm like making this like a job for like no reason. So I think I've found a healthy balance where I'm not necessarily keeping like intense lists, but but I'm still like seeking stuff out, and then kind of at a certain point I'll like gather everything I've listened to, especially because I realized streaming services let you sort albums by years, so as long as I save an album, it's there for me to go back to and easily find
and
not forget about. So I struck a balance. That's how I remembered a lot of stuff for 2024. I just sorted the albums by year. If I like an album, I just save it to my library, and then boom, and then I can reference it and make. That's how I made my list this year. So.
Well, there you go. You got to figure it out.
Anyways, there's my life story for the third time in the past 10 minutes.
Proud of you.
Thanks.
Cool.
Is there anything music wise releasing in 2025? I know we mentioned the Mumford & Sons album, but is there anything else coming out that you know about that you're interested in? Because I have no idea what's coming out. Oh yeah, PD. You did say that. You said that too.
There's PD.
I'm excited for that one.
Yeah, me too.
I won't be surprised if that's on my 2025.
He has a new single from that album, and it's really good.
Heck yeah.
I feel like I had another one.
Yeah, PD, Mumphy and Sonny is.
Mumford &
That's
Sons.
that'll be a curiosity for me, but
I'm intrigued, and I hope it's good, but we'll see. There's PD. A new group that I've been really getting into. Their album was in one of my top 10s, I think it was either last year or the year before, but Squid has a new album that just came out that I haven't really had a chance to sit down and listen to, but I'm excited to. Black Country New Road has a new album coming out this year.
Oh, really sick.
Yeah, and they already got a new single that I haven't taken the chance to listen to yet.
That's one of those artists where I was like, I was obsessed with them, and I just they kind of fell off
they've
my
had
radar.
the lead singer change.
Yeah,
I really loved their live album that they had, so I'm really excited for them to have their first
album art.
studio album since their lead singer leaving.
Yeah, same.
So we'll see. I'm intrigued and cautiously optimistic about it.
Yeah.
That's all that comes to mind. I'm sure there's more that I'm just not thinking about.
PD. Why can't I find PD?
John Van Dusen I think he might be having his next album come out this year. I'm not sure.
Oh, PD USA. That's why I couldn't find it. Okay.
Yeah.
There we go. I was just looking at PD, and I was like, where is he?
Wait, what are you looking in?
Apple Music.
Oh, he's...
His artist name is PD USA on Apple Music, but that's the name of his last album. I'm like,
well, that's also his Instagram handle.
Oh, is it? Interesting.
So that's weird.
I wonder if it's a weird automated thing. I mean, there's another artist called just PD on Apple.
Maybe
Music,
that's
so
why.
I
Is
wonder
that he
if
couldn't...
it got taken.
Maybe.
Apple
Which
Music's
that's weird.
I like Apple Music though, because sometimes it translates stuff, like an album that would have a Japanese title and writing, and the song titles are in English on Apple Music, which I like.
Oh yeah, that is nice. I've heard the sound quality is also slightly better.
The lossless audio is so good. That's why I went back. I was I didn't want to go back to Spotify, but I wanted to cut down on how much I was paying. So I liked Tidal a lot, but I wasn't using good speakers enough to warrant it. So I just went back to Apple Music, and lossless audio. It has Dolby Atmos on a lot of stuff too. Sounds really good. It sounds honestly comparable to Tidal. So I'm really happy with Apple Music's audio quality right now.
Nice.
So.
Yeah. Cool.
That's good. Pretty good year, man.
Yeah, I'm excited. We'll see what this year has for us.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it is my turn for a recommendation, and my recommendation is going to be a little mini series. Since we don't really get to talk about TV, so this will get to be my chance. A little mini series that came out on Netflix not too long ago that I really enjoyed. And I feel like, I don't know if, I think it was kind of popular, but it's called American Primeval. Have you heard of it?
It sounds familiar. It's ringing a bell.
So it's a Western that takes place in the West.
That's why they're called that.
And it was directed by Peter Berg, who is known for a lot of movies that I haven't seen, but a lot of Mark Wahlberg movies like Lone Survivor and Patriots Day. They don't really look like my cup of tea, but American Primeval is pretty good. It takes place during this time of conflict in the West between the Native Americans and the settlers there and the Mormons, which is a really interesting angle.
The Mormons.
Yeah, stinking Mormons, always up to no good. I actually really appreciated this show because of how accurate it really is as to the beginnings of the Mormon church at the time.
Yeah.
A lot of it is just like really messed up and is really interesting. It's I mean, I know a lot of people make this comparison with TV shows and movies, but it kind of is like a Western Game of Thrones in a way where it puts a lot of focus. It puts focus on different characters, like multiple things are kind of happening at once.
Yeah.
And they're all connected. And it's really interesting and does a really good job at giving a compelling story. And it's really good.
Cool.
It's if you like Westerns, you'll like this. And also there's that like cult aspect to it that's really interesting.
Yeah, I love cults.
It's not it's like historical fiction. A lot of the events that are happening in the show are accurate, but like a lot of the characters are fictional.
Yeah, it's more just a setting for a story rather than like, you know, a history book.
Yeah. And also Dane DeHaan's in it.
Oh, nice.
And he does a good job.
Good job, Dane.
I've always said, like, Dane DeHaan's good as long as you get him in the right role.
He's good. Yeah, he's good in the right role, like with the right director.
Don't have him as your lead in your sci-fi action movie. Like,
Yeah.
what the heck? And like, don't have him as Green Goblin either.
No, he was great in Green Goblin. You're a hater.
Yeah,
I'm just kidding.
A lot of people think so on Twitter.
That's too bad.
So yeah, American Primeval. If you haven't watched it, I would recommend it. It's just a good little show to binge, you know, because it's just a one-off miniseries. So yeah.
What do you think's out there?
Your father.
There's war brewing in this territory. Brigham Young trying to make his kingdom. President try to stomp it out. These natives here don't murder you. You got the Wasatch Mountain Range. Grizzlies, wolves, riled up Mormons.
We are the chosen!
This doesn't seem to be a world that favors a woman on her own.
Civilization and civilized, two different words entirely.
Heading west is a mistake.
I have no choice. Where are you taking us?
You don't listen.
Oh, I listen. I just don't trust you.
We set out at first light. One step closer to the life I promised you.
Someday, this entire American continent will be ours.
Why do your people have so much hunger to kill?
Fear.
One other thing, just one quick thing, because I know that you got to go.
Yeah.
Shout out to Rachel on Instagram who direct messaged us. She discovered our Spyro episode, and she just wanted to give a recommendation for our Spyro Vibes playlist. It's a song called "In the Dark" by Ron Bass Jam.
By Ron Bass Jam.
Yeah, so I told her that I would let you know and that you could check it out and possibly add it to your playlist.
Like BASS Jam?
BASEJAM. I think that's it. Hold on. Let me pull it up on the link that she sent me. Oh, it's a Purple Disco Machine. That's the artist.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I think In the Dark Ron Bass Jam remix.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
I have it queued up.
Cool. So she said that she really enjoyed the Spyro episode.
Heck
So
yeah.
if you're still listening to the show,
Thanks,
we
Rachel.
appreciate
Appreciate
you.
it.
be sure everyone else, you can leave a rating and review on our show, and we'll give you a shout out. And next episode will be our favorite films of 2024.
Yeah.
So it's going to be fun.
I have like one or two more I'm hoping to squeeze in before then, but I have
Same here.
I have a pretty decent list at this point. I wouldn't be offended if I went with what I have now. So
yeah, but there'll be time. I've got like 2 movies I want to
yeah, I got one more, and I know I can stream both of them. So
yeah,
we're set.
Same. All right. Well, you guys have a lovely day, and we'll see you next time on the Podwood Forecast.
Goodbye.
Bye. Thanks for checking out this episode of the Podwood Forecast. If you liked what you heard, be sure to subscribe. And if you'd like for us to give you a shout out on the show, be sure to leave a rating and review on Apple Podcasts. And also feel free to look in the show notes for links to our social media, our Twitter and Facebook. And as always, stay beautiful, and thanks for listening.